The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll, and you may record your attendance. Please rise and give your attention to our House chaplain and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Bourgeon.
Let us pray. Loving and caring God, we thank you for this day. As our leaders continue to travel through their work, be the wind in their sails. Help them to allow you to steer them and guide them in the right direction. Give them strength to keep going. Watch over them as they navigate stormy issues. Be their harbor when they need rest. Be their encouragement when they begin to lose hope. Be the light when things seem the darkest. Be the hand that reaches out to them when they are overwhelmed and feel they are drowning. You are the lighthouse that provides them confidence and safety. For this, I thank you and pray in your name. Amen.
Has every member had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Speaker recognizes Representative Ballard and Williams for point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the other legislators that are joining me this morning to come forward with your script? Present. Present. Are we all here? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say good morning to all of you. March was designated Women's History Month, but we adjourned early for Easter before we could present our planned program. The 2021 theme is a continuation of 2020's Valiant Women of the Vote, Refusing to be Silenced. This theme recognizes the battle for over 70 years for women's right to vote, which was gained with the passage of the 19th Amendment in 1920. We did not celebrate the 100th anniversary in 2020 due to our early departure because of the pandemic. I wish to thank this diverse group of legislators standing with me for being a part of this program. This morning, it is our pleasure to honor 10 outstanding women. We will start with Representative Gail Finney.
Madam C.J. Walker was born 1867 and passed in 1919. She was born Sarah Breedlove. She was an African-American entrepreneur, philanthropist, and political activist. She is recorded as the first female self-made millionaire in America in the Guinness Book of World Records because of her hair care products empire. She was passionate about teaching women not only how to sell her products, but how to budget, build their own businesses, and achieve financial independence. During this time, women were limited in the financial services sector and did not hold the right to vote. Madam C.J. Walker died just 4 days after the 19th Amendment passed the House. It will be decades longer before African Americans gained the right to vote. Upon retirement, she passed her company to her daughter. She was inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame in 1993, and a biographical Netflix series was in 2020. Thank you.
Representative Christina Haswood.
One of the first female Native attorneys, Eliza Burton, Lida Conley, 1869-1946, graduated from the Kansas City School of Law in 1902 and became the first woman admitted to the Kansas bar. The sale of the Wyandotte Nation's sacred Kansas burial grounds to the U.S. federal government in 1906 upset Connolly, who was a member of the tribe. She and her sisters launched a campaign to protect and preserve the Huron Cemetery in Kansas City, where many of their own ancestors were laid to rest. They took up camp just outside the cemetery, standing guard with muskets drawn and "Trespassers beware" signs to prevent the sale. Connolly stood her ground for years, and in 1909, her fight to protect her tribe's sacred land went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. That year, she put her legal skills to work and became only the third woman, the second female attorney, and the first Native American woman to argue a case in front of the Supreme Court. Many believe her case, in which she argued that Native American burial grounds were entitled to federal protection, was the first of its kind, too. Despite the case's dismissal, Connolly prevailed in 1916 when the cemetery was designated a federal park. She was buried in the park upon her death in 1946. Today, the remained Wyandotte Nation burial ground enjoys National Historic Landmark status.
Representative Megan Lynn.
My favorite scientist, Rosalind Elsie Franklin. She was a British chemist and X-ray crystallographer. Her work was central to the understanding of the molecular structure of DNA, viruses, coal, and graphite. She traveled the world for scientific collaboration. Photo 51 is an X-ray technique that does not require the sample to be in crystal form and led to the discovery of the DNA double helix. Did others steal Rosalind Franklin's data? Yeah, they did. They used her unpublished data without her permission or her knowledge. Why didn't Rosalind Franklin get a Nobel Prize for her work? She did not share the 1962 Nobel Prize because she died of ovarian cancer 4 years earlier, and the Nobel Committee does not consider posthumous candidacies.
Representative Annie Keither.
Good morning. I'm proud to be here on the behalf of my daughter and my 3 granddaughters to go forward with future with all of this. I'm here to talk about Ray Jean Montague, 1935 to 2018. Was born and educated in Little Rock as an African-American educational opportunity and was restricted, and she chose to be a woman in the male-dominated engineering field. She was forced to attend what is now University of Arkansas Pine Bluff because the engineering program at the University of Arkansas did not admit African American students. Despite these challenges, she became an American naval engineer who broke barriers in the U.S. Navy. Employed as a typist and learned CAD at night, she jumped in to run the UNIVAC computer when the guys were sick. She is credited with creating the first computer-generated rough draft of a U.S. naval ship. She was the first female program manager of ships in the U.S. Navy. She would later work on such naval programs as the Seawolf-class submarines and Nimitz-class aircraft carrier systems.
Representative Christy Williams.
Grace Murray Hopper, 1906 to 1992, gave a legacy of innovation and service. Grace Brewster Murray Hopper was a computer pioneer and naval officer. In 1985, she became the first female rear admiral in the U.S. Navy. She was probably the first mathematician to have a warship named after her. Hopper believed that computers would someday be widely used and help to make them more user-friendly. Best known for her trailblazing contributions to development of computer languages, she was known as irreverent, sharp-tongued, and brilliant. She enjoyed long and influential careers in both the U.S. Navy and the private sector. The 2014 movie, Born with Curiosity, documents her life and accomplishments. Today, she rests in Arlington National Cemetery.
Representative Susan Reese.
Dolores Huerta, born in 1930, is a civil rights icon who showed farm workers "Si se puede," which means yes, we can. Huerta was 25 when she became the political director of the Community Service Organization and met Cesar Chavez. In 1962, she co-founded what became the United Farm Workers Association, organizing farm workers who toiled for wages as low as 70 cents an hour in brutal conditions. She lived her life as a political activist, fighting for better working conditions for farm workers and the rights for the downtrodden. She was on the platform in California shortly before Robert Kennedy was shot, but never lost faith in the power of political organizing to effect change. In 2012, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. At 89, Huerta remains outspoken. Through her foundation, she continues to work with agricultural communities, organizing people to run for office, and advocating on issues of health, education, and economic development. You may have met her when she visited Topeka in 2020.
Representative Brenda Landwehr.
Lori Robinson, 1959 to our present. U.S. Air Force General and is the highest ranking woman in the United States. Military history. Robinson's family is steeped in military tradition. Her father was an Air Force fighter pilot during the Vietnam War and retired as a colonel. Lori Robinson joined the Reserve's Officers Training Corps, as we know as ROTC program. While at the University of New Hampshire in 1981, she was commissioned as a second lieutenant, and in 1986 served as the first female instructor at the USAF Fighter Weapons School at Nellis Air Force Base. Robinson served as the USAF liaison to the U.S. House of Representatives. In 2008, she was promoted to Brigadier General. Robinson rose quickly through the general ranks and was pinned with her 4th star when she took command of Pacific Air Forces in 2014. In 2016, Robinson became the highest-ranking woman in the United States military history. While she was just the second woman in USAF history to hold the rank of general, she was the first air battle manager to do so. General Robinson retired in May of 2018.
Representative Lindsey Vaughn.
Good morning. The student body of the U.S. Naval Academy, founded 175 years ago, had never been led by a black woman until 2021. The first to assume the top role, leading fellow students at the U.S. Naval Academy, is Midshipman First Class Sydney Barber, who is currently serving this semester. Brigade Commander is the highest leadership position within the student body. The semester-long position is selected through an application and interview process by senior leadership and the commandant staff. Barber of Lake Forest, Illinois, is a mechanical engineering major and aspires to commission as a Marine Corps ground officer. Barber is the 16th woman selected as brigade commander in the 44 years that women have been attending the academy.
Representative Susan Concanon.
The Fab Five, An all-women board now presides over LA County's 10 million plus residents. Asked when there would be enough women on the United States Supreme Court, the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg famously replies, "When there are 9." It seems voters of Los Angeles agree. With the election of Holly Mitchell in LA's 2nd District in November, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, the largest county government in the nation, has made history with the first all-women board in its more than 150-year history. The 5 supervisors, that are known as county commissioners elsewhere, are some of the most powerful elected local officials in the nation. The board's members were once nicknamed the 5 Little Kings, though the current board has garnered a different moniker, the Fab Five. 7 years ago, only 1 of the 5 supervisors was a woman. Now, supervisors Catherine Barger, a Republican, Janice Hahn, Democrat, Sheila Kuhl, Democrat, Holly Mitchell, Democrat, and Hilda Solis, Democrat, control the board's $38 billion annual budget. And if it were a nation, it would hold the 19th largest economy in the world.
When Miami CEO Derek Jeter first phoned to talk about her dream job, Kim Nung wondered how to say no. Jeter had known Nung for 22 years, but he could not truly understand what it was like to be her. The lines on her resume read, 7 years starting out with the White Sox, 1 year as director of player records and waivers for the American League, 13 years as assistant general manager for the Yankees and Dodgers, and 10 years as Major League Baseball senior vice president of baseball operations. Do not tell her whole story. Everywhere she went, no one looked like her. Nang trained herself to be a general manager, even as she wondered whether she would ever get a chance. After years of being passed over, in November 2020, Nang became the first woman to be named general manager of a North American professional men's team. Landing the job with the Miami Marlins was a breakthrough. But Kim Nang knows that to keep it and help others like her follow, she will have to win. This past weekend, she got her first victory, watching her team beat the Tampa Bay Rays for the first time in 3 years, 12-7 on Saturday. As we celebrate March as Women's History Month, it is important to recognize these outstanding women. They helped cultural and scientific advancements, they built business empires, and controlled governments, all while often working without equal pay, equal treatment, and for too long without equal protection under the law. Still, they broke barriers, sometimes having to work harder and longer to get where they wanted to be, but they got there. We must remember these biographies not as history, but as encouragement for the next generation of women leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request that our words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Message from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2021 has appointed Senators Billinger, Clays, and Hawk. Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2074 has appointed Senators Longbine, Fagg, and Pittman. Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2106 has appointed Senators Tyson, Alley, Holland. Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2143 has appointed Senators Tyson, Alley, and Holland. The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2183, has appointed Senators Alley, Hildebrand, Faust-Godot. The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2332, has appointed Senators Alley, Hildebrand, and Faust-Godot as conferees of the Par Senate. Senate adopts a Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on Senate Bill 175, has appointed Senators Baumgardner, Erickson, and Sykes as second conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2114, has appointed Senators Hildebrand, Gossage, and Petty. Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2244, has appointed Senators Kirshen, Straub, and Ware as conferees on the part of the Senate.
The chair recognizes Representative Prale for motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 36.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 36, if you remember on it, it has to do with the salvage pools of that sell over 2,000 vehicles annually, and it sets it up so that the Kansas Highway Patrol has 5 days, business days, to inspect those vehicles so that they can get the titles applied for, or under certain circumstances, 10 days. It passed this body 116-6, and the Senate 39-0. In the Conference Committee, we did add the contents of Senate Bill 158, which prohibits a motor vehicle from being towed outside of the state without the consent of the driver, owner, motor club, or insurance company. Requires interstate search for the owner if the vehicle is 15 years or old, or newer. It passed the Senate 40-0. It's one that we had a hearing that was not able to work. With that, I would move the adoption of the Conference Committee report, and I'd stand for questions.
Representative Helgerson.
I concur with my chairman. Even though the one bill was not heard by the committee, there was no opposition, and the questions that we had in caucus this morning were resolved.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 36. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 118 voted in favor and 4 against the passage of Senate Bill 36, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Prale for motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 67.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 67, the contents have been removed and put in another bill, so this is a shell. And the contents of Senate Bill 131, which allows funeral escorts to direct traffic through intersections and traffic control devices. This is a bill that we've had requested. This is the second year in a row. COVID stopped us from passing it last year, so that is in there. The other thing that has been added to this is the contents of Senate Bill 167. This adds utility vehicles to the authorized emergency vehicles under certain circumstances. Basically, it's a move over when you see these vehicles set with their lights flashing. Mr. Speaker, I would move to adopt the conference committee report, and I will stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 67. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 119 voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 67, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes Representative Proehl for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 95.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 95 is one that passed this House 121 to 2 and the Senate 38 to 0. It removes the odometer reading requirement on some of the older vehicles, and this complies with federal law. We also added Senate Bill 67. If you recall on it, it was one that had to do with all-terrain vehicles and raising the limit as far as how wide they were from 50 inches to 55 inches. Then on recreational off-road vehicles, we raised it to 75 inches and raised the weight requirement from 2,000 pounds to 3,500 pounds. It passed this body 99 to 24 and the Senate 38 to 1. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would move the adoption of the conference committee report, and I would stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I renew my motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 95. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Tarwater votes aye. Any further changes? With 116 voted in favor and 6 against the pass of Senate Bill 95, the same have received a constitutional majority and the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes Representative Proehl for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 127.
Whoa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tearing up things this morning. Senate Bill 127 is one that has to do with driver's license and renewal of CDLs and driver's license online. It also extends the age that you can do that from 50 to 65. Unfortunately, that doesn't help me at all, but that's okay. Actually, this passed the House 123 to 1 and the Senate 39 to 0. There are a number of other things in this, but we've gone over that previously. The only change that was made is we made it effective by being published in the register, because if we did it in the statute book, there would be some of these licenses that would expire in June, and then we wouldn't be able to finish that, to do those properly. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 127, and I would stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 127. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record the vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 122 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 127, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. A motion to non-concur. The Speaker recognizes Representative Buchanan on House Bill 2158.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2158 started out as the bill on the state trauma program. The Senate made some changes to it, and one of them was to add the Child Death Review Board. So I'd like to get together and talk to them about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I move the House non-concur and Senate amendments to House Bill 2158 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Buchanan, Esau, and Owsley as conferees as part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Johnson for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2064.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2064 dealt with extending the options within the drop plan. If someone had 3 years, it could go up to 5 years. It's a bill that we have worked on for a couple of years in the House. Senate made a couple of small changes to it, one being the enactment date. And given that and not feeling it needed to be in the register, I would move that the House non-concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 2064 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close on the motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Tarwater, Long, and Clayton as conferees as part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Williams for a motion to adopt agree to disagree on Senate Bill 55.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 55 includes the contents of Senate Bill 208, which creates the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. This act recognizes the inherent differences between females and males in competition. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to adopt the Agree to Disagree Conference Committee report and that a new conference committee be appointed.
For discussion, Representative Stocksdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 55, which is now really basically Senate Bill 208. And in my opinion, this bill supports bigotry. It's immoral. It is a bill that will put a significant number of our children who identify as transgender at emotional, psychological, and literally physical risk. It will promote bullying and in turn create an environment that will increase the potential for suicide among these children. I don't think that's what we're up here for. This is a bill that is demanding a solution to a non-existent problem. I could not find a single instance in Kansas where a transgender child has made a significant difference in a sport or even a single sporting event. And three, I have a tendency to look at legislation in terms of whether it will help Kansas retain and attract modern 21st century high-tech companies and the jobs that they bring to Kansas. So far this year, we've looked at bills that, tax bills that favor the wealthy and the privileged. We have looked at bills to expand carrying guns in Kansas at an even younger age. We've looked at bills that restrict women's ability to handle their own health care and make their own decisions on what impacts their bodies. We've made it harder to, we've looked at bills that have made it harder for Kansans to vote and have their votes counted. And I think that this bill is literally the cherry on top of the economic sundae that is certainly melting quickly into a nasty puddle in Kansas. I cannot see these kinds of bills, and certainly this kind of bill, doing anything except damaging the reputation of Kansas and keeping us from attracting the kinds of companies and business that we want to Kansas. And also, it is a danger to a number of our children in Kansas and will increase their susceptibility to bullying and potentially to suicide. I strongly urge that you think about what this is going to do. Is this what Kansas is about? Is this what we want the reputation of Kansas to be? And if not, vote against this bill. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Byers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here in opposition to this. 7 years ago, a young lady penned following words: "If you're reading this, it means that I have committed suicide. Please don't be sad. It's for the better. The life I would have lived isn't worth living in because I am transgender." A month and a half after that, Time magazine put on their cover transgender actress Laverne Cox with the caption reading, "The transgender tipping point." And now we fast forward to November of 2020. I, Stephanie Byers, transgender woman, was elected to represent House District 86. I survived my adolescence. I survived my time in middle school. I survived my time in high school. I survived my time in college. I survived against all odds because the emotional and mental stresses that are created by the society around us for transgender people are incredible. And I cannot believe that this body, who professes to protect girls, who professes to protect children, who talk about mental health, would support such legislation that jeopardizes those very aspects for a small group of kids who are incredibly fragile, who need our protection, who need caring adults that stand up for them, who say, "You are worth something to us," not something to be discarded along the way or be told that you cannot because of who you were born to be. Again, I oppose this with every fiber of my being, and I hope that you will as well. Thank you. Representative Ruiz.
I also stand in opposition of this bill. We talk a lot about kids and how much we want to support our kids in school, our kids, our own children. But we want to separate some of them because they don't seem to fit some kind of norm that we have. That has been used over and over and over through our history of this country. There are outside forces coming into our state and are talking to our individual representatives, trying to get us to agree to something that just isn't true. It is always disguised as something else. This bill is just disguised as some kind of a bill that is supporting girls and women in sports. If that were true, then why don't we have pay parity for women in sports? Because that isn't really true. Nobody really cares about women and girls in sports because, again, if that were true, we would be up in arms about so many other things. If we are going to continue to say that we want to have our children to have access to good mental health services, we want our kids to be healthy mentally and physically. We want them involved in our communities. We want our young people to stay in our state and not leave because of these kinds of bills that chase kids and young people away. We want our state to be attractive to other corporations, businesses that want to do business with our state. And yet we're just pushing them away. We cannot be hypocritical. We cannot say that we are wanting to be able to have services, mental health services for our kids and reduce suicide, and yet have these kind of bills come through. They will, and this kind of bill encourages kids who just feel so separated from everyone. They do think about wanting to complete suicide. We just got a flyer today on our desk about mental health first aid, and I encourage everyone to try to take that course. I used to be an instructor for that course. And it talks a lot about suicide in that whole course, and it talks about equality in that course. We cannot be hypocritical in this body. I work in a psychiatric unit at a local hospital with adults, and I can't tell you how often I hear stories of people who say they survived. We don't want people just to survive the bullying that they get in school. We want our kids to thrive in school. We need them to live better lives than that, than just saying, I survived all the bullying. Please oppose this bill. Dig down deep in your heart and really think about what this bill is actually going to do for kids. And the fact that we're even having this discussion and it's out on social media is already harming kids. They're already looking at us like, we need to represent our kids, and they're not seeing that in us right now.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this motion. Kicking members off of a committee so that you can discriminate against Kansans is wrong. To silence the minority so that you can target us. When will those of us in the LGBTQ community be enough to say, leave us alone? This bill is not about sports. This bill is about bullying children and attacking trans people, just like has been done when people cared about who was in the restrooms, about who was at our businesses, about who could serve in our armed forces. And now it's about our athletic fields. This is dangerous, hateful legislation that will land the state of Kansas right in court. I urge you to oppose this motion to kick off the voices of the minority so that you can attack people in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a good day in Kansas. I would like to ask if the good chairwoman would stand for a question or two, please. My first question, and I'm asking because I think I know, but I'm not sure, was this bill vetted in committee?
This bill has been vetted in the Senate Education Committee as well as passed out 25 to 10, I believe, on the Senate floor.
Thank you. Have we heard testimony from the Wichita Sports Commission?
Wichita Sports Commission, I don't know if they provided testimony to the Senate Education Committee. I would have to check.
Thank you. I know I'm a dirty politician and you shouldn't trust me, but I did speak with the Wichita Sports Commission Executive Director, and I won't speak for him, but I do know he's listening very carefully at home. There's a dirty four-letter word, too, that starts with N and goes CAA, NCAA. No, I'm kidding, but March Madness is a pretty big thing in this neck of the woods. He has serious, well, I shouldn't speak for him, but we've seen what the NCAA has done, and I don't like being bullied by anybody either. But there's serious risk if this thing gets passed into law that we will lose the NCAA March Madness tournament in Wichita, Kansas City, other parts of the state. That's just the reality. Have we heard from the KC Sports Commission? Chairwoman, if you could help me with that, please.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not part of the Senate Education Committee, so I do not have that answer for you.
Thank you. I would like to know the position of the Wichita Chamber of Commerce, the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce. I don't know that I really want to hear from the NCAA, but I guess I'm interested to know if they do have a position on this and actually have it transparent in writing. So as Queen says, the show must go on. This is a debate and conversation that needs to be had. I don't know that this is the best way to do it today, but there is, in all fairness, there's a serious problem, and at least there's the appearance of it in fairness. And I don't like being bullied, like I said, by the NCAA or anybody else. But as this body will do, we'll do what's wise and what's right. And I appreciate the chairwoman's time for answering the questions. Thank you.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are called to seek the highest good for all the people of Kansas, and that means looking at facts. Males have numerous physiological advantages: greater bone density, muscle mass, cardiovascular capacity. This remains true even after males have undergone hormone treatment. This bill is supported by multitudes of female athletes and is supported by multitudes of folks on both sides, because it is about fairness in women's sports, and that is the only thing that it is about. What I hear today is that women don't matter. Girls don't matter. Title IX doesn't matter. I care about every community in Kansas. And I am not being hateful, and I don't like being called hateful about this. But I think women and girls deserve a fair playing field, and that's what this is about. So I urge your support, and I urge dialogue on this. I urge open minds on this and taking it for what it actually is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm opposed to SB 55. I was raised by very strict parents. But also, they were very loving parents. And my brother, my two sisters, and I were taught, whenever you have an opportunity, speak out and do not allow discrimination to occur and not say something about it. So I'm standing before you today to say this is discrimination. And I could not sit in my seat and still honor my parents or myself. We were taught to do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and to love thy neighbor as thyself. And that just didn't mean someone who lived next door to you. Your neighbor was all the people. I realize people have very strong feelings both ways, but this is a form of discrimination. I would ask you to oppose SB 55, but if you don't, my heart is clear, my conscience is clear. I have let you know that it is wrong, not just in terms of what God would do, but in terms of what humans would do. Discrimination of any kind is wrong. I oppose SB 55. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago in my city, in Shawnee, in Kansas, we had the National LGBTQ baseball tournament, national. It brought in millions of dollars. It brought in tourism. As we look at states today across the nation, when we start passing laws of this nature, we have, in essence, said, don't come here. We don't want you. You don't matter. I can tell you right now, I have a niece that's transgender, and she has gone through surgery. She works in a construction company. I also have a son who is gay. He's not done anything transgender. But what they do is they don't come home because they are bullied, they're ridiculed for their way of life. And I can tell you that my son is one of the kindest, funniest, has more friends internationally, and has a very, very high-paying job, and has because of his work ethic. Just because somebody is gay or transgender does not mean that they don't have value. It doesn't mean that they haven't been bullied. It doesn't mean that they're a bad person. When my son came to me in 8th grade and we sat down and talked, he said, the only thing I can say is, I love you and don't quit loving me. I've had opponents run against me who have had LGBTQ children, and they have totally ignored them. They don't talk to them anymore. There's nothing worse than losing a child. There is nothing. especially when they're hardworking, lovable, outgoing, productive people. We don't have to like what some people do. I'm sure many of you don't like what I do, and that's fine. Maybe some of you do, and that's fine too. But I do not have within me the right to discriminate against what you think or what you feel or the religion that you practice or what you do in your job. People need to respect others. We need to respect others from the heart, from our mind, and know that none of us are the same. But we respect the gifts that we have. This is not a good bill. And if you want people to quit coming to Kansas, that's certainly your choice. Look at Atlanta over voting. You think it's not happening? It is. Can we afford that? I don't think we can right now. I will be voting against this bill. Thank you.
Representative Byers for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly enough, there also have been hundreds of NCAA female athletes, professional women's athletes, who have issued letters of support to the trans community and how they oppose legislation such as this that's occurring all across this country. And we can talk about that. We can talk about whether the science listed in this bill is complete or incomplete, as most of the articles quoted are misquoted. We can talk all day long about these things. We can talk about the advantages or the statements that the NCAA has made regarding this legislation. We can talk about these things, but bottom line is this: how does it impact what happens here? In Kansas, our own Kansas State High School Activities Association developed a policy to deal with this many years ago and has been implementing it this entire time. The NCAA developed a policy about this over a decade ago and has been implementing it this entire time. Our International Olympic Committee developed policies about this 2 decades ago. And in the course of all this, the only time we hear about a trans woman, trans girl athlete winning anything is once in a while. We do not hear all the times they lose. And when we look at those wins in comparison to everything else we discover, they're not dominating the sport. If we follow the logic all the way through about a biological advantage, then anybody who is taller than average should not be playing basketball. Anybody whose arms are longer than average should not be swimming. Anybody whose body can process lactic acid better than average should not be participating in any type of athletics because their recovery time is faster. Those things really mean nothing. What matters is for that trans girl, wherever she may be, out or not, how this impacts her mental health. And what is the end result of that? Does this create a situation where we are legislating discrimination against a group of people in response to what does not appear to be a problem? There has not been a single girl who may have been born male win any event in the state of Kansas. Not at the high school level, not at the middle school level, and probably not at the elementary school level, because no one's recording that. I still stand in opposition to this. I urge you to do the right thing, the correct thing, and protect all girls, trans or not. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll sit down.
Representative Coleman. Seeing no other further folks who want to speak, Representative may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my friends that are passionately opposed to this and my friends that are passionately for protecting girls' sport, such as I. This is a procedural vote to allow the conversation to continue. Nothing more than that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
For the motion by Representative Williams, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Seeing 15 hands, the roll call is in order. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Representative Bobbleson votes no. As every member had the opportunity to vote, the clerk will close the roll. With 75 voted in favor, 42 against, the motion carries. The chair appoints Representative Williams, Hubert, and Stocksdale's conference as part of the House. A quick announcement, Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House and Senate Tax Conference Committee will be meeting at 11:30 in room 546 South. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr. Mind the body, we do have 2 items on general orders before we go into conferences. Representative Landwehr.
Just a heads up so that I don't forget later today, Health and Human Services will try to be conferencing off and on. If you're not on the email list and you want to be, please make sure that you call my staff or Dave in the office and ask to be put on that, but we will continue to conference and hopefully wrap that up today.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Committee for Commerce has been postponed until 1:30 in 144 South. Thank you.
Representative Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conference Committee for Children and Seniors is scheduled for noon in 152 South.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Financial Institutions and Rural Development Conference Committee will be this afternoon at 1:30, 152 South for all bills in conference.
Representative Hubert.
The Education Conference Committee on 2039 will be meeting at first adjournment, so after we finish up general orders. So we're in room 218.
Majority Leader Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
For the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The chair appoints Representative Sawyer to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, everybody. The first item of business is Senate Bill 91. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 91, the chair recognizes Chairman Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were committee amendments. I move the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House sub for Senate Bill 91 comes to us as a result of Governor Collier's Education Council. I had the pleasure of serving on that council 3 years ago, and one of the goals of that council was that we were tasked to find a way to improve career readiness for students graduating from high school. We had at that point, and we still have, a skilled labor shortage and a severe workforce development issue. A great way for students to learn these skills, or even if they are interested in them, is to shadow people at work and to learn hands-on. Bottom line is we need more businesses to open doors to the students so that they can shadow and they can work hand in hand and learn the skill. What we found was there weren't a lot of businesses willing to accept students because they were worried about the additional liability of having a student in their welding shop or whatever shop it may be. And so in order to open more business doors, we came up with Senate Bill 91 that is a tool to transfer the liability from the business to the school in the case of an accident caused by the student or an accident happens at the workplace. These are businesses that are vetted by the school district, and the students cannot be paid. If they're paid, they don't qualify for this program. The proponents were Kansas Grain and Feed Association, Kansas Agribusiness, Retailers Association, League of Kansas Municipalities, Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, Kansas Chamber, Associated General Contractors of Kansas. The school boards were neutral. They had a problem with it because at first we had transportation by the business in there as a transferred liability. We have removed that, and so the school boards are closer to acceptance. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Ranking Member Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill stand for one quick question, please?
Yes.
Is there a sunset in the provision for House Bill 2442? Or?
There is no sunset that I'm aware of.
All right, thank you. All right, committee, we have had some mixed discussion on this matter, and I leave your support up to the wisdom of the body. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other members that wish to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Kelly. Okay. I guess Representative Kelly doesn't want to speak to the bill. Are there any other members that wish to speak to the bill? Representative Epley. The chair recognizes Representative Epley. No? Okay. I guess Representative Epley doesn't want to speak. Are there any other members that wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that when the committee rises and report House substitute for SB Senate Bill 91 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Tarwater to report Senate Bill 91 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The next item of business is House Bill 2366. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2366, the chair recognizes Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There were no committee amendments. May I continue?
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. As I mentioned earlier, it is a good day in Kansas. We have a lot of work ahead of us. It's nice to have a Democrat in the speaker's chair. I'll probably get in trouble for that, but I get called a rhino and the AFP is listening because I think this is their very good bill anyway. So why not have a little fun? But no, in all seriousness, this is a very good bill. I had some notes prepared, but listening to the good representative, I believe it's from Coffee County or Osage County, but I could just stand for questions. If anybody has any, I can give a short overview. I'm not sure how much the body wants to listen at this point. The full text is available for those listening at home on the Kansas Legislature website. On the left side, type in the bill number, but recommendations from committees are very important to me. This was heard by our distinguished colleagues of both the liberal variety, conservative, and in the middle. So it was heard on March 16th, 2021. It came out with a recommendation that would be passed. A very, very brief description. It's the jailhouse informant bill. I think of Soggy Bottom Boys and in the jailhouse now, if you want some context for those that are a little country music variety. The bill would require prosecutors to disclose their intent to introduce testimony from a jailhouse witness and to forward related information to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. There's a lot of really good things in here. I do realize that parts of it is confusing though, but rather than me continue talking up here, I think I will stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
Does anybody wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Ranking Member Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the carrier of the bill's explanation. This is good legislation, and I urge your affirmative vote on HB 2366. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Samsel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
Representative Samsel, you need to make a motion.
That's him, I think.
You need to make a motion. You move when the committee rises.
I move that when the body rises and reports, it pass out HB 2366 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Samsel to report House Bill 2366 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends House Substitute for Senate Bill 91 and House Bill 2366 be passed.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer.
I move adoption of the committee of whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Speaker recognizes the majority leader for original motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and that House Substitute for Senate Bill 91 and House Bill 2366 be advanced to that order of business final action on bills and concurrent resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Substitute for Senate Bill number 91 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning high school work-based learning programs relating to liability for students in business, municipal, and post-secondary educational institution program providers, providing liability protection for businesses that participate in work-based learning programs.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 91. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Representative Bobbleson votes aye. Final action, members be in their seats. Roll still open. The roll still open. As much as I wanted to say Representative Croft voted R. Representative Johnson votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 123 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 91, the same had received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2366 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to jailhouse witness testimony, requiring prosecutors to disclose their intent to introduce testimony from a jailhouse witness and to forward related information to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2366. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Donahoe votes aye. Representative Bobbleson votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record the vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 123 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2366, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on requests for resolutions and certificates that requests by Representatives Mosier, O'Hobison, Carlin, Dodson, Johnson, Neely, French, Ellis, and Proctor be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates and the drafting of said resolution.
Majority Leader Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
For the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Representative Patton, you have an announcement? Body, we are standing at ease for a second for a message from the Senate on an agree to disagree coming shortly. Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Judiciary will be conferencing with Senate Ways and Means at 1:30 and 582 North on all bills we have in conference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe we'll be coming back in at 1:30. Chairs, we probably need to check with staff before you set conference times. Representative Lynn for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On your desk, you should have a thing for mental health first aid. Oh, this is stuck, so I'm just going to leave it there. Mental health first aid training coming up on April 20th. I just want to encourage you to take it. I know it's going to take about a day. It's a fairly long class, but this is very difficult actually to get this opportunity to take the class, especially for free, which is great. Our counterparts on the Senate side will also be invited, so I hope we can have a better representation here than over there. Also, I wanted to let you know that I have posters in my office called Seize the Awkward. It's from suicide prevention, and I would love to distribute those to anyone who would like one. They're really cool looking. So I just encourage you to sign up for the mental health first aid class. Thank you.
Representative Bobbleson.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. South Central delegation, we do have another luncheon today. I know you guys are tired of it, right? Hello? Oh, you guys are good? Okay. Anyway, we are having our luncheon, another luncheon this afternoon, and it is actually the Regional Economic Area Partnership, the REAP. We're going to be centering our luncheon today concerning agriculture. We're going to be talking about hemp farming, and also we do have the Secretary of Agriculture is going to be joining us as well. And at the same time, we also do have, we're going to get an update in regards to both chambers. We do have 4 speakers. We do have the minority leader and also our majority leader, and in the Senate, we do have the Senate president and also the Senate minority leader. So it's going to be a good discussion. Lunch is going to be available. It's the same place in my room. You can send your OA or come down to pick up lunch, and it starts at noon. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda at 1:30 p.m. on Zoom, 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Patton.
Me again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Judiciary and Senate Ways and Means at 1:30 has been canceled. I'll be back in touch with a new time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carpenter. Representative Newland.
You, Mr. Speaker, Rural Caucus will have a meeting at 12:30. So Land of Kansas will be presenting, and there will be lunches to pick up. First floor, north wing. Thank you.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to the fact that the chairman did not check with staff, we're going to have to further postpone the meeting at 1:30. Stay tuned.
Representative Newland on an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I misspoke on the time. It is at 12 noon and not 12:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will come back to order. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
The Senate adopts a conference committee report to agree to disagree on Senate Bill 55 as appoints Senators Baumgardner, Erickson, and Sykes as second conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate adopts a conference committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2183 has appointed Senators Alley, Hildebrand, and Faust Godot as second conferees on the part of the Senate.
Speaker recognizes Representative Blake Carpenter for a motion to adopt the agree to disagree report on House Bill 2183.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There, I think, are some differences philosophically in this bill that we have with our other side here, with our colleagues. This is in regards to the ballot harvesting item component that we have been discussing around the legislature this year. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to adopt the agree to disagree conference committee report and that a new committee be appointed. And I'll stand for questions.
Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Blake Carpenter, Bergquist, and Miller as conferees on the part of the House. Are there any further announcements? Representative Blake Carpenter for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Elections Conference Committee will be meeting at 12:30 in room 546 South. It's the same room that we met in this morning, and we will be discussing all bills in conference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will have calendar at 1:30 p.m. via WebEx. Mr. Speaker, I move the House recess until 2 p.m.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House stands in recess. The House will be in order. Messages from the governor, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2321 has been signed, approved April 8th, 2021. Laura Kelly, Governor.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2058 as amended, 2089 as amended, 2224 as amended, 2401 as amended, 2405 as amended. Announcing passage of House Bill 2138 as amended by Senate substitute for House Bill 2138. Announcing passage of House Bill 2408. The Senate adopts a conference committee report on Senate Bill 103, 106, 107, 122, House Bill 2066, and House Bill 2243. The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2064, has appointed Senators Baumgardner, Erickson, and Sykes as conferees on the part of the Senate.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Delperdang for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 26.
I have a motion to adopt Senate Bill 26, Conference Committee Report, and it contains the contents of the original HB 2007. It updates the statutes related to regulatory authority of the Kansas Corporation Commission regarding motor carriers. It authorized orders and decisions of the KCC to be served on motor carriers by electronic mail if authorized by the motor carrier or by first-class mail. Also removed requirements for the KCC to require annual and other reports from private motor carriers on their property. The conference was actually a technical change to make the effective date upon the register publication. This originally passed the House 122-0 on February 18th, and it passed the Senate 40-0 on March 25th. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions? Speaker recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, the representative did a very good job in explaining it, and even though it's a new one, I still concur with his sentiments.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Delperdang, you may close.
I move my motion.
Body, this constitutes final action on Senate Bill 26. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Representative Wahhabism votes aye. Representative Donahue votes aye. On final action, members need to be in their seats. Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 26, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 38.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 38 establishes the pesticide waste disposal program. Amends also, we put in the contents of Senate Bill 40 that passed this House overwhelmingly, but that content was removed earlier and then put into this bill, having to deal with the Division of Conservation and State Conservation Commission statutory changes that needed to be made. So again, both bills passed with large margins in this body. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report.
Is there discussion on the motion? Speaker recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I totally agree with the chairman on his report on that bill, and I support the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Rogers, you may close.
I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 38. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 120 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 38, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 142.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 142 has to deal with Coast Guard approved personal flotation devices. This is an update that we need to stay in compliance. It doesn't mean that that life jacket that you wear, those little footies or armbands, aren't out of order. They just, if you have new ones, they need to follow federal guidelines. And also we put in House Bill or Senate Bill 160, 160. What that has to do is with commercial fishing in the state of Kansas. Don't have much of it, but Wildlife and Parks was wanting to make sure that those were updated as well. It has to do with if you do commercial fishing, you can't take more. There's a limit basically for commercializing fish and mussels. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference report.
Is there discussion? Speaker recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, in addition to what the chair said, Senate Bill 142 passed the House 102 to 20, and the Fishery Bill 160 passed 120 to 2. I support the change. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Rogers, you may close.
I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 142. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Representative Cywert votes aye. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 109 having voted in favor and 14 against the passage of Senate Bill 142, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 143.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 143 has to do with grain warehousing. The bill passed in our committee 117-5. We conferenced on the way that and when it should be implemented was the difference. And so other than that, like I say, it passed by a strong margin here in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Is there discussion? Representative Carlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the Conference Committee report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Rogers, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 143. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Representative Carlson votes aye. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 115 having voted in favor and 8 against the passage of Senate Bill 143, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Williams for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 175.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 175 answers one predominant question: what is best for our kids? We can allocate 52% of our budget, over $5.8 billion, and yet never move the needle on helping our most at-risk students. This bill, SB 175, makes an effort to provide a hand up to students that are not finding any pathway to success. By focusing on at-risk students, this bill goes a long way to ensure that not just some of our kids succeed, but all of our kids have that chance. They are not forgotten. The reality is this: the gap between the haves and the have-nots is growing, and its span is 25 points. To put it another way, 49% of our 10th grade students that are free and reduced lunch, that's almost 50%, are not reading at grade level. 4 levels, they're level number 1, the lowest level. And 24% of the self-paid of 10th graders are not reading at grade level. Another look shows that 85% of our 10th graders that are free and reduced lunch are not proficient. They are not career and college ready. Another way to look at it would be to take a look at the 3rd graders. 41% of our free and reduced lunch 3rd graders are not reading at grade level. 75% of our 3rd graders are not on track, not proficient. What is happening to our children? When are our kids going to be not overlooked? How does this impact our communities when our kids don't succeed? How does it impact our families? How does it impact our workforce and our state? We cannot just talk about funding. There's so much more to education than just funding. If money was the answer, then since 2017, we have upped our level funding $1.1 billion. From 2021 to 2022, we've increased $244 million. We've answered our call, but now we need to focus on that 29% that's not succeeding. So Senate Bill 175 includes some changes from the last time that it was presented to you and we had this discussion. The changes include, 1, clarification that students may only participate in one program, one choice program where money follows the student. So they could either choose the low income tax credit or they could choose the student empowerment program, depending on what they might qualify for. Remember, one is income poverty-based and the other is performance-based. Number 2, the second change is that the language for the tax credit program for the accredited schools is identical now to the Student Empowerment Act program. So both must be accredited schools either through CASA or through a nationally recognized organization that is approved by the State Board for Teacher Accreditation. Another item that was clarified in committee is the remote learning adjustment for funding. We had an amendment on the floor that would allow waivers to exist after the application and the 240 hours expired. The school district could apply for a waiver like they can now, but in this case, they would still receive their full funding as long as there was a disaster emergency, not the $5,000 that they would receive if they were not in a disaster emergency. Finally, the last item that was changed in committee is the eligibility list for at-risk students. When we last talked about it, eligibility was determined by performance. It would be our at-risk kids. They're not performing at grade level. They have a high rate of absenteeism or any other identifier that that school district uses in order to provide at-risk services for those students. Well, what we added was a clarity to that. This list predominantly is found on the Kansas Department of Education's website, and it includes not working at grade level or insufficient mastery of skills or has been retained or repeated expulsions. That is included on the list for clarity purposes. There is one item that is added, and that is dyslexia. Dyslexia is something that puts our kids at risk, and I know our schools are working hard to identify dyslexia students and provide the science of reading to help them, and hopefully that will bring them up. What remains inside the bill, I just want to remind you that the full constitutional funding for 21, 22, and 23, including the foundation aid, that is included the full governor's recommendation. It also includes the $10 million directed from the federal funds, $10 million of the $1.4 billion for mental health, for safety in schools, and for community in schools. It does have money that follows the student in 2 different provisions that you've heard us talk about before that specifically target either poverty, kids in poverty, or kids that are not succeeding. They're not able to find the pathway to success right now. One size does not fit all. So with that, I make a motion to adopt the conference committee report, and I stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Speaker recognizes Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. He missed it. Good afternoon. I want to thank the chairperson of the K-12 Budget Committee for giving you some of the data on student performance. First and foremost, we have a problem. I'm not going to sugarcoat it by saying a challenge or something like that. We have a problem. So I would like to thank her for some of those numbers. I would ask you all to also look at your districts, because all 286 districts have at-risk by income students. All 286 districts have students performing in that 1 and 2 level. Proficiency is level 3. Level 4, they're on their way. And I have to say, the Kansas City, Kansas district that I represent, we have a problem in achievement. I have been enraged and I have been outspoken. So that's no secret. Where I stand before you today is to vote for this bill. And this bill does not, as I've said before, solve the problem of achievement. And let me tell you at least 4 or 5 reasons. Now, you may already have your mind made up. That's fine. That's what we do. But there's 4 or 5 little differences that we haven't identified. One, is an issue about, I'll say accountability, and we'll use accreditation and accountability financially and accountability academically. Number 1, there's no language in this bill that says the private school must be in the child's district, county, or the state of Kansas. I'm not making this up. I asked the revisor this morning for clarification. There is no language. So talking about, now, let's digress a minute. We have about 600 students that live out of state. You border communities know what I'm talking about. They are counted in our count. We pay for those out-of-state students. The rationale? Their parents, their businesses, they are part of our community. We get that. But for a bill that can divert millions of dollars to an out-of-state private school, I don't think you're interested in that. But the bill does not say anything about the school must be in the child's district, the county, or the state. So you'll come back and say, well, it has to be accredited. It has to be accredited by the State Board of Education or a national or regional accrediting body. Now, I'm familiar with the Higher Learning Commission. That used to be the North Central. But there does not have language that says I'm just hearing other voices. Now I'm not crazy, but I'm hearing other voices. And as soon as they finish, I'll continue. They're pretty loud up here. Thank you. So there's no language that says the state must be accredited by the State Board of Education. Now, the chairperson said something like, the State Board must approve. If you ask the Kansas Department of Education to give you the criteria of accreditation reporting requirements, there's a whole list. You can find that out for yourself. But for Kansas non-accredited private schools, there's one requirement. Now, there's 133 accredited private schools. About 16 operate in the state of Kansas. We asked this in the conference committee yesterday. About 16 are non-accredited. Can they participate in this program? To our understanding, yes, they can. The only reporting requirement is that they register online their address. Accountability, I question. Okay? Another reason why I will not vote for this bill, I've been here 20 years. And anybody who served with me on the Education Committee know that I have been demanding accountability for 20 years. You realize there is an at-risk fund that you must spend properly. You know, we still have silos, all right? When you look at the language of this bill, the requirements for auditing one private school per year, you would not call that accountability. And all you have to do is read it. You know, I cannot stand up here. Oh, I could stand up here and lie, but I'm not going to because you can verify what I say. But the accountability financially is not written in this bill. The accountability academically, now I will agree with the chairperson. We lack accountability academically, but this bill doesn't require it. That circles back to my comment for 100 years. Why don't we sit down and unwrap this onion, unpeel this onion, and get at some of the things we really are concerned about? This bill doesn't do it. Now, this is going to ruffle some feathers. I have the courage enough, and today is the day. This bill allows schools to discriminate. This bill in committee, we heard testimony that parents were faced with private schools who refused to accept their children for whatever reasons. We tried to fix it in committee. The amendment was a baby step. Let's mandate private schools to have a statement on their website or on their written literature that they would not discriminate based on race, creed, color, national origin, gender identity. A baby step. Just put the words on the website as public schools do. The amendment went down in flames. And then it brought laughter. And I thought, really? This bill, millions of dollars diverted to private schools, they also can discriminate. Now let's get to the money. The fiscal note. I am just dumbfounded. Now we have on our desk a packet that has yellow top sheet of the bills we've passed thus far. I don't remember anyone coming up here saying the fiscal note is a piece of trash. It is totally incorrect. However, that's the case on this bill. Now, there could be some problems with fiscal notes. We've had those before. Did we get a new one? No. We're just saying, okay, it says something like the private schools, we've worked it out, I guess, so that private schools aren't eligible. But let me tell you a way how a private school current student in a private school can game the system. Now, you can't do both. You can't double dip. That's good. But let's consider a parent or a private school who sees that they can get more revenue from one of these programs, the student quits, enrolls in a public school, next day goes to a private school. It does not say, again, language doesn't say I can't go back to the same private school, but back to fiscal note. If the section about private schools is inaccurate, trash it. Okay, there's another sector. Small amount, $60,000 for a full-time employee for the Department of Education. Actually peanuts, but can't dispute that one. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Chairperson said that student eligibility taken from Senate Bill 173 expanded eligibility for services. Now remember, newer people, this may be new to you. You access at-risk funds based on your low-income poverty students. Every 286 districts has somebody who fits that bill. The expansion of eligibility, think about this. You get money based on one pot, but you're providing services based on another set of criteria. You've expanded that, those eligibility items, and you can't deny those students need help. If you are rich and well-born, so that's the problem with me as the haves and have-nots. It's not really that way because you can have, and this is a phrase you know, dirt poor student, top of the class. Rich student, bottom of the class. So that these eligibility items are real. And you can't deny that these are legitimate reasons to expand at-risk services. But the point I'm making is that the cost, okay? So that when you look at the fiscal note, now you can take, you can go low, medium, high. And I have to talk to both sides, folks. If I stop with these guys talking, I got to stop with these guys talking. So come on, give me a break. But the fiscal note said if 5% of the current students participate, it's $108 million. If 10% of the public school students participate, it's $218 million. Well, if it's 2.5%, you got about 50 million. So you can go low, medium, high. Point. You have additional weightings. That is another set of figures. You have administrative costs. That's another set of figures. The point is, if you take low, medium, high, we could go from 50, 75 million to 200 million. The point is, we don't have a good, solid number. Do you pass a bill like this and you have no clue what it costs? No. There's a range, 100 million. So you take 100 million from public schools, put them into private schools. Last but not least, what adds to the cost is that the amendments have expanded the tax credit scholarship to include reduced lunch. It was designed years ago for the very poor. It has been now revised to add to reduced lunch. Again, there are factors that explain the ability of children who are in poverty coming into school with advanced knowledge, evidence-based. So that is not a real issue, although it does expand the cost. But you have that cap on that tax scholarship, that it has not been exceeded. It's 2 or 3 million, you got 10 million cap. But when you pop the cap on the student empowerment program, there is no repeat, no income criteria. The potential is there to expand it. The cost is there to expand. Last but not least, rural areas. Now, there are significant barriers in rural areas you already know. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. In fact, I don't know as much as you know because I don't know what's going on in your neighborhood. As I said, you don't know what's going on in my neighborhood. But transportation, a challenge. Are there private schools available? A challenge. You're going to vote for a bill that diverts millions of dollars and your kids don't even participate? Some do, some will, some don't have an opportunity. We are here again. I vote no on Senate Bill 175, which is a shell for 2119. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Speaker recognizes Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the few benefits of living 330 miles away from Topeka is I get 5.5 hours one way to listen to YouTube and audio recordings that a decade ago were not available. So I've had the opportunity to listen to nearly every committee hearing the K-12 education committee's had this year. This bill has lots of really good things in it. It does fully fund education and meets the Gannon requirements. It no longer has the 20 mil statewide property tax, and I don't know where it's gone or how it will resurface. I know that we have a Senate bill below the line here that we could debate this afternoon if people were willing to allow that debate to occur, but my guess is it shows up back to us with some other strange array of tax policy to try and buoy tax policy that otherwise you might not be too wild about voting for. But I've got a couple of questions I'd like to ask the chair, and if she would. As I listened to your committee hearings traveling up and down the highways, I heard words like accountability and transparency, and probably if I had $1 for each time one of those words was said, I'd have about $1 million in the bank. Would that be an important factor that your committee has taken into account?
Well, I would have to agree. Accountability and transparency are said quite frequently. And if you will remember, 2 years ago, the accountability website on KSDE, that button, that accountability reports was added because of the good work of the House and Senate.
Thank you for that. I wonder, does the chair believe that accountability and transparency should apply to the legislative process as much as it does to the agencies that are a part of state government?
Well, if you ask my assistant, he'll say that he works tirelessly to put every single piece of testimony on the website to make sure that we respond back to constituents or others that want information about our committee and the process that we are doing, as well as we've had 2 roundtables, and we're on WebEx and YouTube. So I don't know how we would be more transparent than that.
And I think your committee has been, and I'm glad that it believes that transparency and accountability is important. I wonder, in your committee deliberations, you had some discussions about the 20 mill levy, statewide mill levy. I wonder if you could describe to the chamber the specific uses that are provided for under law for that 20 mills.
The 20 mills that is taken is used for state foundation aid and for other pots of money. So I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly, but if you look at that $5.8 billion budget, if I grab my notebook, I might be able to come back with an answer.
And maybe we'll save you the trip to the notebook. If I might, Mr. Speaker, read 2 paragraphs from the statute relating to the statewide mill levy. KSA 725142 provides 2 specific purposes: for the purpose of financing that portion of school district's general fund budget that is not financed from any other source provided by law, and to be used for paying a portion of the costs, emphasis added to portion, of the cost of operating and maintaining public schools in partial fulfillment of the constitutional obligation of the legislature to finance the educational interests of the state. And Madam Chair, I wonder, in summary, would you hear this as being statewide property tax, mill levy, tax dollars are to be used exclusively to support public education?
Well, 20 mills provides for state foundation aid predominantly, and so that's a fraction of the $5.8 billion. So it doesn't matter, if you don't want to use that pot of money. Clearly our Constitution allows for Kansans to support the educational interests of students.
Thank you for that. I contacted the State Department of Education because there's a lot of different numbers that float around about public education, and I think it's probably right, $4 to $5 billion, but there's a particular section of this funding that is exclusively provided through the formula distribution methodology that was developed in response to the Gannon decision. And my understanding from information they provided to me, that was $3.04 billion for 2020, and there was an additional $732.1 million that was generated from the 20 mills for a total of 3.72 or so for state foundation aid only, not including all the other stuff that they pay for, but just state foundation aid. And that means that that 20 mills makes up not an insignificant amount of support for funding public education. In fact, they tell me that comes out to be between 23 and 24% is funded through the property tax. But we don't have property tax in here. I wonder if you could describe to me the methodology by which ultimately the receiving school would receive the dollars from the point of entry into the state treasury to the point of exit.
So if you're speaking about the educational savings account, the educational savings account would actually, that base aid money, let's say that's $4,569 right now, would go into account that would be overseen by our state treasurer. So from that point, then they could use it for a variety of different options, and a qualified private school would be one of those options. So that money would not actually be in the hands of the student or the parents, and they would not be able to put money into that fund, but the state treasurer then would initiate a transaction to that qualified private school. Does that answer your question?
Close enough. The whereas portion of this bill suggests that this is in response to a whole number of conditions that exist within our public schools and in response to the court's decision. As long as I've been here, we've been talking about courts and education in Kansas. And it seems like maybe we had 1 year where we didn't, but that seems like a fleeting memory at this point. I can't imagine that any taxpayer, particularly when we tax their property at 20 mills for a very specific purpose, I can't believe that it's appropriate, given there are those specific purposes outlined in law, to then divert those dollars that ultimately end up paying for tuition to a private school rather than access to a public school. It's suggested, it's implied in a lot of the discussions that if you don't vote to support this, you're not supporting children. And I just would say I find that incredibly personally insulting. I've spent an entire career not working with at-risk kids, with troubled kids that were beyond at risk, that had gotten in trouble with the law, that come from terrible family circumstances, that are economically and socially deprived beyond what most of us understand. I've demonstrated my care for kids through an entire career of serving those that no school wants attending. And I have no children in the public schools now, but all 4 of mine graduated from public schools, and they've gone on to do great things because they had a mom and dad that cared. We would do better to fund mentoring programs and support kids in their public education, and then to divert these funds to support moving them out of public education into private education. I ask that you just think about this and vote no on this. We'll get the property tax thing resolved somehow, but this is not a good policy for the state of Kansas.
For further discussion, Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to start with something positive, and I'll do my best to not be tedious, but this is an important enough issue that I don't want to be hasty either. I do know something very positive that I've seen over the last several days, notwithstanding this very difficult debate, is that folks are getting better at listening and working together. I sat through the conference committee. I saw Democrats and Republicans working together, including our friends in the lobbyist industry and everybody at home. It's been a very hard year with COVID, but that's been a very positive I've seen. Being straight honest, this has been probably the most concerning and difficult bill I've personally been involved with. I'm still barely hanging on to the wagon right now, notwithstanding considering jumping off of this one several times. But to the chairwoman's credit, she has listened and worked tremendously, and so I don't think I'm ready to jump off yet either. But I do have a few questions. And everyone will recall, some of them it was well received, some of them crumpled it up and gave me some nice paper to throw in my trash can. But this is from my House District 5 superintendents, ranging from 4A, 1A schools, Miami, Franklin, Anderson County superintendents. And again, they put this together in a very short amount of time in order to help us do our job here in the legislature, so this isn't perfect either, but I do think it's progress. My questions, and we've moved so quickly, I don't know the answers to these. I did give the chairwoman a heads up that I had questions. If she would kindly consent to a few questions, I hope. I'll jump right to it, Madam Chairwoman. Their overall recommendation, and of course this was put together very quickly, and I'm sure most of you have lost this sheet of paper in the shuffle, but that's what I'm looking at the moment. But this is directly from my 5 superintendents. I shouldn't make guesses about their political affiliation, but I think I come from a very red district, so I'll just leave it at that. But their overall recommendation says to amend HB 2119 to remove the Student Empowerment Act, and if we did that, they would all support the passage. I shouldn't speak for all of them, but that's what's here. And they says if the Student Empowerment Act cannot be removed, they recommend not supporting the bill. And so, Madam Chairman, I'll ask you to speak to that if you can. Their general item number 1 was for HB 2119. They said if the Student Empowerment Act, which they listed as new sections 4 through new section 17 were removed, it's a better bill for the local school districts than Senate Bill 267. That's a lot for me to process. Can you speak to where we're at in that process, please?
Thank you, Representative. I noticed that the phrasing was it would be better for the school district, but what is best for the kids? Are we going to just not consider the 49% of 10th graders that free and reduced lunch that are not at grade level? I don't want to forget the at-risk kids. I don't want to kick the can down the road. So whatever is best for kids is best for the school district. So I am a supporter of the educational savings account that helps at-risk kids.
Thank you. And I think I gather from that that the Student Empowerment Act is still a part of this bill, correct? Yes, thank you. That makes me lean to want to vote no, because, and we're going to confuse Twitter all over the place here, but my superintendents want me to vote no because of that. But again, we'll make this brief. One of the very important pieces to them, though, also, I have a couple school districts and maybe even 3 of my 5. Even though we're in rural Kansas, we have a lot of at-risk kids, and actually it's high density. So our bell curve is very much more, we have a lot of high-risk kids who need help. Can you speak to that piece, please? Is that in this bill?
Thank you. High-risk at-risk density is included in the bill in 2022, as well as the entire funding in 2023, just as it is included in the governor's recommended budget. The difference is the language for 2023 is removed. It is something that we need to be looking at in terms of that popular word, accountability. And what do I mean by that? Right now in statute, if a school district just presents a list of best practices for their at-risk students, then they have fulfilled their obligation for high-density at-risk funding. Nothing else needs to be done. We don't look to see if kids are improving. We don't look at that population. It is not required. So I would love for us to take a look at it next year and to find out whether or not our schools that are implementing or receiving at-risk high-density funding, is it making a difference?
Thank you. The distinguished jurist who spoke before, I think we all have made a major dangerous endeavor here, talked about our Kansas Constitution. And I actually pulled out the pocket Constitution, and now I've got my statute book here, and no, I'm not going to read it or filibuster here. But on page 1, which in lawyer, at least my legal training at KU Law, and if it's helpful, I went to Wellsville High School, public school, very proud of it, crossed enemy territory lines into Missouri, went to a private school, which I'm very proud of, religious affiliated Missouri Valley College, and then came back to KU for law school and helped my Jayhawks win a national championship. So, but on that note, the very first page, it talks about the ordinance, and this is from the people of Kansas when we first enacted our Constitution. And there's this terminology, and this may not be a fair question, Madam Chairwoman, because we did not discuss this yet, but there's a reference to common schools. And in comparison, it mentions twice. If you look at Section 1 and Section 6, my layman understanding of that is actually we have some duties to support both our private, public, and perhaps even home schools. But I don't pretend to be an expert. Has that been discussed in committee or any of our revisers or legal research talking about the reference to common schools? Because where it distinguishes for me is in Article 6. So again, the ordinance comes first, which generally you put the most important things first. And then 6 articles later, we talk about education. And in Section 1, we talk about, this is critical, they talk about public schools. So we certainly have an obligation to fund our public schools, but it also seems like we have some obligation under our Constitution to support our private schools and our perhaps home schools. And I don't know what that means. I have more questions than answers, but is that anything that's been discussed?
Article 6 that talks about the legislature as providing intellectual and educational, vocational, scientific improvement for the establishment of public school as well as educational institutions and related activities. This document is something that is referenced in committee, but we didn't specifically dissect in committee. The other point in, as an attorney that you probably keyed on was this item B in 6, which says the legislature shall make a suitable provision for finance of the educational interests of our state, which is a very broad definition.
Thank you. I don't know if that answer gives me more heartburn or more relief that what we're supposed to be doing here today, but I do think the discussion needs to continue. A question that I have, I've heard about accreditation, and I don't pretend to be an expert, but it seems there need to be fairness, but I also know there's some line that's drawn between public schools and private schools. So perhaps an uneducated question, if you will, but is there any discussion or is it even possible that public and private schools can be accredited by the same organization, or is that a bad idea?
The majority of our private schools that are a part of the tax credit scholarship program are accredited through CASA, and so they go through the same rigorous requirements that our public schools do. They also provide the reporting to our accountability reports that are found on the KSDE website. So that part is true, but I wouldn't assume or presume that other nationally accredited organizations are not as good or better. So they have to be approved by our state board. And so I put some trust in our state board that they do make those decisions based on the information that they have.
Thank you. And then I'll wrap this up so as to not to become tedious if that's not already crossed that line. But everybody sitting in this room can probably relate to this sheet of paper. It's not mine. This is an email that we received many times over. And I haven't been able to actually find the emails that were helpful, not to imply that this one wasn't. But to me, this is why it's important how we communicate with one another, and what I've been encouraged by Republicans and Democrats alike in this chamber over the last week. But in the legal world, we would call this a softball question. But Chairwoman, would you mind speaking? I'm just reading. I won't read because that's against the rules. But it says this bill is just another scheme to give state funding to unaccountable private schools, threaten equity and adequacy under the Gannon ruling. Can you speak to that, please?
This bill is about funding kids. It's making sure that Kansas kids have an opportunity to learn. It is not about funding private schools. We have a vested interest per our Constitution for the educational interests of all of our students. And right now, many of our 29% of our total population of students are failing. They are not at grade level. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. My last comment on the email, because that part was not helpful to me, what we received in hundreds and literally hundreds of emails. But there is a concern in here, if we read and listen carefully, they're concerned that this will throw us back into a cycle of litigation that will inevitably hurt students across the state. I don't want to be back in litigation. I don't want to be back in front of the Supreme Court. As much as I love lawyers and paying my attorney friends, that's not where I want our taxpayer dollars to go. I would much rather those go into our classroom, our teachers, our educators, our superintendents, and hopefully we do something positive with those funds. So I have gone on for more than long enough. I still have way more questions probably than I do answers. And this was a tough one, and I still don't know that I'm there yet, but it does bring me back to our last discussion of an olive branch and an arrow. And so I think I'm still on the bandwagon for now, or one of our other distinguished chairmen mentions the wolf pack. I don't know if we've got a wolf pack on this one yet or not, but I tend to think that I'm in some ways where I was before. If one of my colleagues on the left side of the aisle wants to vote yes, I would be more than happy to vote no on this thing, which my superintendents want to do. But I think that's probably unlikely. And I think we all probably know where this is going to go anyway, to the governor's office. But hopefully we get a positive conversation on this moving forward. And it has been very productive, I think. I'm a bit worried if this dies today that productive conversation will not continue. Because if it's like in our legal world and you don't have a deadline backing it up, it just tends to get pushed to the side. And our high-density at-risk kids truly do need this conversation to keep going. So I think with that, let's just commit on the record. I think I'm going to support today's bill, and hopefully this conversation continues, and we'll see where it goes over the next 3 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've listened to some of the comments here, and having been on the K-12 budget, working through a Gannon resolution since 2017, we talk about accreditation. And you're right, the state board must approve. And I know that when we advanced and expanded here a few years ago the education tax credit, and we discussed then with Commissioner Dale Dennis that he gave us the accreditations that made everyone feel comfortable that the education tax credit was accredited. For some reason today, we're now saying that what Dale Dennis provided to us was inaccurate. I'm struggling with that. Accountability. The majority of the private schools under accreditation, you can go onto the State Board of Education website and you can pull up their reports just like you can pull up a public school report and look at what they're doing on accreditation or accountability for academics. We talk about private schools kicking kids out and not keeping kids, and I was trying to find the article, but here in about the last month when wrestling was going on across the state, a young girl had the opportunity to become a state champion in wrestling. But she'd been kind of a troubled teen and had been kicked out of 2 high schools in Wichita, both of them public schools. Her parents finally found one in West High that helped get her refocused, and that was in wrestling. And it changed that young girl's life. And we can go through multiple stories of kids that are actually removed from public schools. We talk about if we expand beyond free lunch, which happens to be our definition in the state of Kansas for at-risk kids. That doesn't mean that you're academically struggling. It just means that your income is at a certain level. But I think there's a lot of kids on the reduced lunch that struggles economically as well. Gannon focused, if you go back and you read all the decisions, I'm still one short of having gotten through all of Gannon, focused on low-performing students. Kids that cannot read or do math at grade level, and this happens in our elementary, our middle schools, and our high schools. We heard speakers up here today to talk about, we know that they are not reaching achievement in the academic level. Now, off the top of my head, I'm sure the chairwoman does, the amount of money that has been put into public education since 2017, and we still don't have academic achievement increases for these kids. At what point do you say, let's wait a moment and let's maybe try something different? Give every child the opportunity, every parent the opportunity to say, you know what, this school's not cutting it for my child, for whatever reason, and give me the opportunity, not because I can afford to choose somewhere else for my child, but because I am given, with my tax dollars that I pay, the opportunity to decide where my child will go to school. Try something different, because we have proven through Gannon so far that doing the same thing has not produced better results. At what time do you free the children and give the children their lives back?
Further discussion, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to address the body. I rise in full-throated total support of adopting the conference committee report for SB 175 because, aside from the value of them both legislation passed by Republicans this session, this educational proposal is the single most life-preserving, identity-affirming, opportunity-granting, wealth-building, and voter-satisfying legislation to be considered by this august assembly this year, perhaps even this decade. Now, there's a lot of loose throwing around of terms to directly accuse or raise the specter of racism, discrimination, and inequality. Let me disabuse you of that and anyone laying those accusations at this point in time, because the facts are not on your side, not at all. As a military man, I deal in realities. As a black man, And as a black man successfully raising 2 black boys, I deal with harsh realities, especially in the realm of educational choice, accountability of our schools, transparency of our taxpayer dollars and how they're expended, and the presentation of positive equal opportunity, all of which this bill masterfully addresses. Now, this is my freshman year, and I am learning a lot. I visited the Kansas Department of Education's website just now, and I learned some of the true stats on the education in Kansas that your taxpayers are paying for. I encourage you to go to that website now and look with me. Our taxpayers would be dismayed to see how we are defending to see the truth. This is the truth that we should all have access to and should be telling them. According to KSDE on their website, in Kansas, for high schoolers, the ELA, that's English Language Arts for white children, 66.31% are at level 1 or 2, which means that they are not ready for career or college. The ELA for black students, high schoolers across Kansas, is 88.2% public schools. ELA for black students, high schoolers in Sedgwick County, my county, 92.01%. Kansas, math for white students, 71.03% are not ready for college. They are not ready for career as on basis of their standardized testing, their assessment testing taken last year or in 2019. The math for black students, 91.96% are not ready. I'm gonna say that again. Math for black students across Kansas, high schoolers, 9 through 12, those grades, 91.96%. These are the individuals that are going to graduate and be our business leaders, your workers, your business leaders, your politicians. Let's think about this. ELA for black students in Sedgwick County, 95.32% are not ready for life because we keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result, fighting over peanuts. I'm sick of it. Kansas high schoolers, science for white students, 61.2% of your taxpayers' dollars has gone to make sure that they are not ready for life, not ready for college, not ready for career. Science for black students across Kansas, high schoolers, 9 through 12, 90.32%. 90.32% cannot do science. And science and for black students in Sedgwick County, 94.38%. My county, 94.38% of the students that are black in Sedgwick County cannot be called proficient in science and ready to graduate. We just stood up here and heard the presentation of some awesome ladies. As we listened to Women's History Month presentation, a lot of them very good students, a lot of them excellent engineers. These types of science grades wouldn't get any of our students to that level. A whole of the team approach, working with our private schools in conjunction with our public schools so that they work in concert with accountability and transparency and competition for the sake of our children, for the sake of our students, for our graduates, and our future Kansas citizens and leaders. This should be our chief and utmost focus and function. Now me, I'm a product of public schools, not private schools. I actually had free lunch. It wasn't free to me. Thank you all for helping me out with that. But because someone gave me a choice, I was able to change and choose a better route for life. Why should or why would you or I deny that same opportunity to another black youth? Republicans are funding our public schools fully in this bill with around $5.8 billion, the full governor's recommendation, plus the critical item funding that the governor denied. We added that back in. So if you care about funding following the child, if you care about giving hope and educational opportunities and options to our at-risk students, and as I learned in committee, as I said, I've been learning a lot, that's synonymous for black students, at risk, free lunch, reduced lunch. That's why I'm up here telling you this. If you honestly believe in what you advocate, if you want to give hope and educational opportunities and options to our at-risk students to break the systemic cycle of failure, and if you want our public school system here in Kansas that ease up so much of the budget to have accountability, then this bill is for you. I encourage you to vote yes. Every election cycle, I'll finish with this, Mr. Chairman. Every election cycle, the same folks decry that you're racist because you don't want to help at-risk free or reduced lunch students, and you're supposed to be, those are the very ones we're supposed to be helping according to the Gannon decision. Then those same folks fight tooth and nail to ensure that stats like the ones that I just posted by KSD and just repeated, that those stats remain the same while they fight for the success of their budgets and their campaign contributors, but not for the success of our kids. If racism is stacking the deck and controlling the levers of power to keep one group down or behind, away from opportunity on basis of their race, then you tell me exactly who is the racist. You tell me who's employing racism when we're looking at these types of stats. Don't fear the special interests. They eagerly trade our kids and our teachers for their bottom line and for their control. Their vote in 2022 will be the same as their vote in 2020. It wasn't for you. So I encourage you, let's keep our word, let's fight for our kids in Kansas and support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For further discussion, Representative Chuck Smith.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. The word discrimination came up. You know, over 26% of the Catholic students in the Diocese of Wichita are minorities. I don't know where the discrimination is at. My first teaching job was at Bishop Ward in Kansas City, Kansas. I lived on 10th and Central. I have some friends over here that are Kansas City or Ward High School grads. And I tell you what, right now there's no discrimination at Ward High School. I guarantee you, I've seen it. If you want to see Catholic education at its best, go to Wichita and go to Holy Savior. These kids are being helped, and not a whole lot of income's coming in. It's coming in from the church. So, you know, again, I'm a Atchison High grad. I'm proud of my public school education. I had great high school teachers. And again, our grade school in Pittsburgh has 30 chairs for their first grade. So there's 15 in this class and there's 15 in this class. There's not like there's going to be an assault of people coming in because there's no chairs available. So please vote for this bill. It's a good bill. Thank you, Chair, for the hard work you did on the budget as well as the committee.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to take a few minutes to address some of the questions that were brought up. I want to address the 20 mills that will be included in a tax bill as CCR. But I also want to say that that makes up about $730 million of over $3 million in state foundation aid. So that's about 24% of that total. And if we were to fund even, let's say 2.5% of our at-risk kids, we might be talking about, in a mature program, of 5,000 students. So maybe 25 million. So maybe that would be about 0.87% of that total state foundation aid. So I just wanted to address that. We would never remove 20 mills from our formula. We'd have to come up with that difference. So that was not the intent of not including it into the bill. I also wanted to address a few other questions or comments that were shared. One was about, would any taxpayer consider 49% of their 10th graders that are free at reduced lunch that are failing, would they consider that a good return on investment? They would not. I think taxpayers would much rather fund kids that succeed. And that's what this bill does. It allows kids that are right now failing, they're not succeeding, they're not finding a pathway, to find a pathway in a way that best meets their needs. There are many other responses that I could make. It is only for Kansas students. Right now, our tax credit scholarship program only has accredited schools that are in the state of Kansas. But basically, the bottom line is, what is our mission? It's to educate all kids, including those most at risk. Or is it to maintain and protect an educational system even when the system cannot deliver or protect failing students who make up over 29% of our total population? For me, our mission must be protecting, inspiring, and engaging all learners. Our mission must be student-focused, not system-focused. Fully funding our public schools is not mutually exclusive with providing at-risk kids a chance to break free from a cycle of failure. Let's give all Kansas kids a fighting chance. I ask that you support Senate Bill 175.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 175. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Hobson votes no. Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to give Representative Sawyer on an explanation of vote?
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on Senate Bill 175. This bill is a thinly veiled disguise of what is actually a Frankenstein bill, forcing through wish list of anti-public education policy and vouchers. The bill is not a sustainable plan and will ultimately defund K-12 education, forcing us back into the courts. This is the wrong message to send our children. We should not be playing political games with their livelihoods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hsu, Hoy, Neighbor, Reese, Byers, Featherston, Weigel, Day, Bishop, Alcala, Finney, Haswood, Stogstall, Ruiz, Victors, Curtis, and Woodard.
Are there any further explanations of vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 64 having voted in favor and 59 against the passage of Senate Bill 175, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Senate adopts the Commerce Committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2039 as appointed Senators Baumgardner, Erickson, and Sykes as second conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate has seized the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2158, has appointed Senators Hildebrand, Gossage, and Petty as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bills 36, 67, 95, and 127, and substitute for House Bill 2166.
Speaker recognizes Representative Stephen Johnson for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2405.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2405 related to authorizing the State Finance Council to issue up to $1 billion in bonds. When it left the House, we had a different provision which allowed that at a certain level. The Senate changed a few things, including the amount, and we'd like to look at the amount in caps. So I would move that we non-concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 2405 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close on the motion.
Body, you've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Stephen Johnson, Croft, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. Announcements. Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children and seniors will continue our negotiations in conference committee in room 144 South at 4 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Elections Conference Committee is going to go ahead and meet one more time here at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock in the same room that we've been meeting in, at, which is 546 South. 4 o'clock, 546 South, to consider House Bill 2183. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Or Mr. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commerce, we will continue to negotiate 2196 at 4 o'clock and 152 South. Also, we will conference on HB 2064. That'll be the Kansas Promise Act, and that will be at 5:30 or 6, room to be announced. Thanks.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House General Government Budget Committee, I miss seeing you. So for that reason, we're going to have a short meeting at the rail immediately upon recess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Judiciary and Senate Ways and Means will conference at 4 o'clock in 582 North for all bills we have in conference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda at 4:15 p.m. via Zoom, 4:15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? Body, before we have a motion to recess, there is one more motion on an agree to disagree. We're going to go back to that, and then we'll go to a motion to recess. Speaker recognizes Representative Hubert for a motion to adopt the agree to disagree report on House Bill 2039.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Conference Committee on House Bill 2039 did meet earlier today, and we made some good progress and some compromise. There was still some questions and concerns from my Democratic colleagues, and so we do need to proceed with an agree to disagree. So, Mr. Chairman, I do move that we adopt the agree to disagree Conference Committee report and that a new Conference Committee be appointed on House Bill 2039.
Is there discussion? Would remind members to please extinguish your lights after you've made an announcement or carried a bill. Speaker recognizes Representative Stodgdale for discussion on the motion to adopt the agree to disagree report on House Bill 2039.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to object to this. There's just a lot of things wrong with this bill. It has not been, can't hear me again? There we go. All right. There's a lot of things we could talk about this bill, but the bottom line is this is unconstitutional. This is an overreach by the legislature to take over the rights and responsibilities of the State Board of Education, and even worse, our local school boards. You know, again, we are elected to come up and do our jobs here in Topeka, and the same people who elect us, elect the State Board of Education members and the members of our local school boards, and they elect them for a specific reason, and that is to supervise the development of curriculum and the implementation of curriculum. This bill takes it right down to requiring a specific test in our schools. That's not our job. And the other part is that the other part on the literacy, or pardon me, the financial literacy point, that's to develop an entire new class that is going to be required for every student to be taking. That class will take the place of another class. You can't put one class in without taking another out. This will be considered by some colleges and universities as a minor class, and when that might take the place of a student having the opportunity to take Chem 4 or a second physics class or that sort of thing. If we don't object to this, we probably shouldn't object when the state school board sends us tax legislation. So anyway, I hope that speaking against this, and I hope you will take a close look at this, and when the time comes, we'll vote this down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hubert, you may close.
I'm not going to go into all the details right now. We'll do that when we come back with the assigned conference committee report. But we have done good work. We have compromised. The implementation starts next year, but we've given until 2024-25 school year for this fully to be implemented in the way that we want it to be done. Let us make this agree to disagree so that we can come back and go into the full discussion on what we're doing. And again, the civics requirement is already in statute. If it's in statute, it's constitutional. And, you know, let's move forward. And I make the motion to renew my motion to pass this agree to disagree on House Bill 2039.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Speaker appoints Representative Hubert, Thomas, and Stodgdale as conferees on the part of the House. Are there any further announcements? Representative Landwehr.
Health and Human Services Conference Committee, now, 142 South.
Any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will have calendar at 4:15 via WebEx. Mr. Speaker, I move the House recess until 4:30 p.m.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House is in recess.
The House will come to order. Speaker recognizes Representative Prael for a motion to concur in conference on House Bill 2201.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2201, it's the bill that we have the amendments to the Eisenhower Legacy Program. We've gone through that previously, but it authorizes the Secretary to let contracts for modernization and expansion projects using federal stimulus funds, regardless of the T-Works projects remaining. I just want to point out that all of the T-Works projects, the first letting has been done on those, so they're all in progress at this point in time. It also doesn't has to do with bonding on the maximum debt is not subject to the limitations for refund, for refunding would not be. The alternative delivery method, if you recall, was $100 million. It's been lowered to $10 million. The only point of contention we had was on removing the adjustments to state highway fund revenues for the purpose of bonding. And at this point in time, it is on the, excuse me, the net dollars that they end up with, and this would change it to the gross. We discussed it. We went back and discussed it some more, and I think everybody is now pretty much comfortable with that. They are going to bond $1.2 billion in the Eisenhower Legacy Transportation Plan, and that was the original amount that we were going to bond. And so this is, I believe it's all worked out, and everybody has figured out that it's okay. It will raise, if we change this, it will raise what they can, what their debt payment would be, about $50 million a year, and that's less than 3% of their budget. So, Mr. Speaker, I would move the House concur to Senate amendments to substitute for House Bill 2201, and I would stand for questions.
Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much. Representative Sawyer has said when I come down and speak, I should just do this, which is number 2 speech, which you've heard many a time. This is a little different. This is one of those things that it's probably good policy. What the department is doing is changing some language with bond counsel, but the offshoot is that they get $700 million worth of bonding authority in the future. The department has said that they're not planning on using that, but this is for a cushion in case additional federal funds or some big project comes along. But it's a big change for policy, and I wanted to make sure that we take the second or two to understand that we're giving them more authority to bond without you saying anything. And that may not be real important to you, but as we have experienced in the last several years, sometimes when we get into a budget crunch, we decide that we're going to start taking money from the highways and we're going to bond more. If we end up extending ourselves more on bonding, we put ourselves in a more financially precarious position. Now, I signed this report, and I agree that this is probably good policy, and I've talked with the individuals, and I've talked with the chairman of the budget for transportation, and I've talked with the chairman of pensions, and they can speak for themselves. And generally, everybody is kind of moving ahead and saying, okay, this probably is a good policy. But I want to warn you, for those people that are here in the future, you're running a risk of bonding more money. And that may be good policy when interest rates are low, but it also means that if and when we hit the bad times, somebody other than me is going to have to be up here telling you what you need to do in order to make sure you balance out the stuff. So while I sign the report, and while I urge all of you that don't have any concern to vote for it, I'm still not going to say yes and put my signature on it on board, because I can't find in my heart to say $700 million is I'm comfortable with future legislators, because I've made too many mistakes over the years in trusting legislators. So this is good bill, good report. Trust the secretary, trust the department, but you know, it's a heck of a lot of money.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate the chance to join my distinguished colleagues, and I'll give you the short version. This is the number 2 speech. Thank you. And with that, I share the concerns. I share the concern for the future to make sure that we look at what that debt level is. I agree with the chair of the committee that we need some room as we're close in the Eisenhower plan to make sure we have enough bonding room. I will have a different vote than my colleague from Sedgwick has on the bill, and I will vote for it. But I do share that concern of how we continue to manage that. If times are tough, we don't want to lean on that additional bonding authority to get us through the expenditures that we need to come up with from the state for transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2201. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Bishop votes aye. The body will be at ease for a second. Folks coming back from conferences, as a reminder, as this is, if this doesn't appear to, but if it does fail, it will remain in conference. Representative Corbett votes no. Representative Ellis votes no. Representative Ruiz votes yes. Representative Owsley votes yes. Representative Landwehr votes aye. Representative Hubert votes no. Representative Esau votes no. Representative Helmer votes aye. We need. She votes no. Representative Helmer now votes no. Representative Riley votes no. Representative Concanon votes aye. Does any member wish to explain his or her vote? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Representative Miller votes no. Representative Berquist votes no. Further changes? With 95 voted in favor and 27 against the passage of 2202, the same time received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Jennings for a motion to concur on House Bill 2401.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2401 is the framework that we passed on March the 23rd, I believe it was, for establishing a method to create public-private partnerships for the purposes of constructing or renovating Department of Corrections buildings at prisons to provide for inmate programs. The Senate did engage in mischief, but it turns out they did some good mischief on this occasion. And they added to our bill requirement that the Secretary provide certain reporting about these projects, to include how many there are of such projects, how much was spent, the kinds of programs that were put into the buildings that are constructed, the kinds of, well, the number of inmates, description of the programs, and outcome measures with relation to how many certificates might be earned by inmates in those programs. That accountability piece and reporting seemed to be helpful. The reporting would be done annually. That's the only amendment that the Senate made. The Senate did pass this bill as amended by a vote of 37-3. And therefore, I would move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2401.
Representative Heiberger.
Will the carrier stand for a few questions? Never mind. This bill passed out of the House 123-0 originally, so unless you're strongly opposed to forcing this, the Department of Corrections to report on their activities under this bill, I would encourage you to vote for it again. Thanks.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
That sounded a bit more like a statement, but what would I know? Mr. Speaker, I would close and move my motion to concur.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2401. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 120 voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2401, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Croft for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2066.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2066 is a occupational licensing bill that we are able to, thanks to many, to keep other bills off, and I appreciate that. There was a technical change that was recommended by the reviser for consistency of language. The second change was to take effect at the publishing of the Register to give the boards just a little bit more time to get their procedures down before the summer moves of all the military and others. This bill will really help family members, veterans, and Department of Defense civilians. It will help keep those working professionals who want to move to Kansas and make this their home coming here. This bill, so you know, was the #1 topic in the Army last week. Talked about across the entire Army. This is big for our state. This bill passed the House 103-21 and the Senate 36-2, and again the Senate 36-4. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report.
Is there discussion? Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to leave this up to the wisdom of the body, but especially because I was not in our meeting to discuss this, I want to make this fairly clear that while there is support for this legislation in the Commerce Department, I have spoken with some of our friends in other areas, notably building trades, and they do have some heartburn with this. We did have quite a bit of discussion in regards to this, especially in conference. The technical change that was suggested by the reviser was changing a may to a shall, and I tend to have a great deal of issues with that. Now, of course, I'm not going to judge any of you harshly. If you choose to support this, I will not, but I will leave it up to the wisdom of the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I should just say I close, but I want to do something real quick. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member of the House of Commerce, along with the leadership and every member of this body for the work on this bill. We've all certainly experienced some issues this last year, enough to make us cynical, and I truly look at this bill and the effort as some serious good that can happen when people of goodwill lean in on a tough issue. Thank you for your hard work and your commitment to making Kansas a more welcoming place for the folks who want to move here and raise their family. And with that, I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2066. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Hobson votes aye. Representative Sawyer votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Miller votes no. Representative Stotsdale votes aye. With 105 voted in favor and 17 against the passage of House Bill 2066, the same time received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. And the clerk will record a vote. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2243.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speech number 1, House Bill 2243 is a good pension bill. Please vote for it. And I see my colleague from Sedgwick would like me to stop. In 2243, there are 4 components. Actual House Bill 2243 dealt with changing the experience study for the Capers actuary, giving them an option to go from 3 to 5 years. Actually have to thank the former chair from Montgomery County for the work to figure that out and get us set up. So it was an easy lift here. Passed with 1 dissenting vote, 123 yes here and unanimous in the Senate. To that, we added 2064, which extended the option in a drop program for someone who has already signed up for 3 to go to 4 or 5 years. Passed both chambers unanimously. Senate Bill 86 is the language we use, similar to the House bill. Actually, this was only in the Senate side. We heard it in the House. But that bill changed the age for the retirement plan to age 72 to conform with the CARES Act. It only affects the 457 plan at Capers. It passed both chambers unanimously. And then Senate Bill 265 is one item that we had not seen on the House side. It passed with 1 dissenting vote in the Senate. It deals with the death and disability moratorium. The death and disability plan is not the Capers Trust Fund for retirement. It's a pay-as-you-go plan that we have just for the death and disability plan. The governor had allotted those payments at the beginning of the fiscal year. This does not change the state payment or the state contribution. All it does is true up the local contribution to be consistent with what we are already doing at the state level. So those are the pieces that consist in House Bill 2243 in our conference committee report, and I would move that the conference committee report be adopted.
For discussion, Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the bill and the chairman of the committee did an excellent job in describing the components of this bill, and I do ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion to adopt the conference committee report.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2243. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Hawkins votes aye. Representative Stockstill votes aye. Further changes? With 122 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2243, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Prail for motion to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2166.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House substitute for House Bill 2166 is our annual license plate bill. We've gone through all of these plates. I've gone through them with you before. I won't bore you with that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2166.
For discussion, Representative Helgerson.
When I went to conference committee, I was given the opportunity of looking at something the Senate had dealt with, didn't have a hearing, voted on it one day without a public hearing, without an opportunity for input, on 2 different provisions. In particular, the one that has drawn more controversy is I think it's called the Gadsden flag. I took the position that the House had previously had a debate in 2019. At that time, in 2018, both chambers had the opportunity of dealing with this as a license plate. And I believe at that time, but I'm not sure, that the money was going to the to the local Rifle Association. In 19, after not having either house, either chamber dealing with it in their committees, a floor amendment was done on House Bill 2007. It was ruled germane, and after intensive intensive arguments and debate, it was, I believe the motion was withdrawn. For many of you, this is not a controversial issue. In all honesty, for me, it's not as much of a controversial issue. But it is a controversial issue for me when we put on a license plate that represents all of us, and that a significant majority of Kansans do not believe represents them. They believe that having a noted patriot, but that was a large slaveholder, and that had a wharf where hundreds of thousands of slaves came into this country and were sold is not appropriate. I could probably personally stand by and say, okay, if we had a public hearing and both sides had an opportunity to put their input into it, and the will of the committee and then the will of the bodies to do that, that's one thing. But skirting the process is never good, and is especially horrible when we do this, and many people will take a personal affront. I'm not talking about that the flag has certain symbols for other people, but it is our responsibility to protect the plates that represent all of Kansas, and that we may need to make sure that in protecting that, we give both sides the opportunity to vent their feelings. That's why I'm not going to support the bill as it is. I'm urging you to reject it. I'm urging you then that it goes back to conference committee. And what the conferees told me at that time this morning, well, I can't remember if it was this morning or yesterday, the conferees told me that they will take it out. And I'll tell you right now, if they have a hearing on it this year or next year and people get a chance to put in their 2 cents worth, then I'll make some decisions about it. But I don't like the process that was put in place, especially on such a sensitive issue. Stand for any comments or questions.
Representative Heiberger.
I'll be brief. I think we've all seen video of January 6th where a mob waving the Gadsden flag that we're talking about attacked our United States Capitol and killed law enforcement officers. Well, despite the good intentions of the folks who had this inserted in a conference committee bill without any hearings, I think the message that we will send if we pass this bill so close to the attack on our Capitol, the message that we will be sending that what other people will hear is that we support the attack on the Capitol. I think that would be a very sad day in the history of Kansas. I would encourage you to join me in voting this down.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will endeavor to be very brief. People have a First Amendment right to put a slave trader flag on the back of their car. If they want to brag to the world that they support a man who is actively involved in the selling of human beings, that's their First Amendment right. I honestly don't know what kind of a person would want to do that. But if that's what somebody wants to do, I'll defend their right to do that. But not on a state-sanctioned official license plate. The state of Kansas was brought into this union as a free state, not a slave state. What kind of a history lesson does this teach our children that Kansas was once a free state, but now we honor a man who's a slave trader? I urge that we reject this conference report.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to come up here real quick and give a brief history of what the Gadsden flag is and what it represents. In the fall of 1775, the Continental Navy was established by General George Washington. In his role as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Forces before S. Hobson was Commodore of the Navy, those first ships were used to intercept incoming transport ships carrying war supplies to the British. In the colonies, let me go ahead and skip forward. Needless to say, Continental Colonel Christopher Gadsden represented his home state in South Carolina and was one of 7 members of the Marine Committee outfitting the first naval mission. The first Marines enlisted in the city of Philadelphia and carried drums painted yellow depicting a coiled rattlesnake with 13 rattles, along with the "Don't Tread on Me" motto. This was the first recorded mention of the future Gadsden flag symbolism. Before the departure of the first mission in December 1775, the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Commodore S. Hopkins, received a yellow rattlesnake flag from the Gadsden to serve as a distinctive personal standard on his flagship. This flag, I think we all know, was saying, British, we do not want you to tread on us, our rights, along with all the other slogans we had at that time. No taxation without representation, and so on and so forth. But I find it very interesting that our colleagues over here on the other side of the aisle have an annual meeting every year named after a slave owner, Washington Days. I mean, if we're going to call something out, well, then let's start calling stuff out. Additionally, if you guys have, anybody in here has a $20 bill in their pocket with Andrew Jackson on it, he died with 150 slaves in his name. So I'll go ahead and take your $20 bills while we're at it too. I think that we can all point back and find a way to cancel our own history. However, this flag was not based on racism. It was not based on any of that. It was based on the founding principles of this nation and fighting for our independence. Now, I think an argument could be made for the Confederate battle flag and that is racist, absolutely. However, I believe that these two items are distinctly different. And today, I think that, our citizens want to have the ability to say, don't tread on me. I like my freedom. And I would like for you to support my freedom, to choose whatever you want to choose. And so I think that that's what this means and that this resembles. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the body vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson. For the second time.
I apologize to the body. I was informed that what I actually need to do is make a substitute motion that we reject this conference committee and that a new conference committee be appointed. That's the motion. And while I'm here, you want me to stand for questions then?
This is fully debatable. You can finish or step aside and let somebody debate. You have the floor. On discussion on the substitute motion, Representative Prale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had a good debate, and I think you've all probably made up your minds what you're thinking. I would ask you to defeat this motion, and let's go about our business and finalize this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the maker of the motion stand for questions, please? Do you know how many license plates are in this bill?
No, but I could count them. I'm guessing there's probably 10.
If we pass this, do we have to buy every single one of these license plates?
Do we have to? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If we pass this, do we have to buy every single one of these license plates?
No.
Do the individuals have free choice to choose what they want to put on their own vehicles?
Yes.
Thank you, body. You know what to do. We'll reject this and go with the chairman's recommendation. Thank you.
Representative Ballard, are you on this motion or are you after the motion? You'd like to speak now or after the motion? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, serving on transportation, we see so many people come before us wanting license plates, and we hear passionate stories, regardless of whether they were in the war, they were young, it's an opportunity to do it. And they come with their testimonies. And this year especially, we didn't see people in person, so they were on our WebEx and everything else. But I'm always amazed at the testimonies that we get from family and friends and people that have grown up with these individuals. And then we work the bill, and then we make a decision of whether or not we're going to approve these license plates. This one did not come before us. We didn't get an opportunity to hear testimony on it. We didn't have anything in that line. It was just added. I don't think that's fair to the people that we said had to apply the way everyone else did. So for me, I'm not saying I have, yes, do I have a concern about it? Yes. But if it had come before us, I'll be very honest with you. I may not have voted for it, but I wouldn't have been allowed no. Because if the majority of the committee wanted it, that's what we should do. But it didn't come before the committee, and all the others that are there did. I think if we want to be fair to all the people in Kansas that came before us, that's what we should do. So for this reason, I would say we should reject this, and if they want to come before us next time the way everyone else has to come before us, they would have that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anyone else like to speak on the substitute motion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you very much. You know, process matters. For those of you that listen to these speeches, number one or number twos, the body in here, process matters about putting bills together through the committee process, one step at a time, giving the general public the opportunity to come in and give us their feelings about it. And especially when it is going to be on the cars of those people that believe that this is what stands for the state of Kansas. The House had an opportunity in 2018 to deal with it. It didn't have a hearing. It had a floor debate in 2019. And the floor debate didn't pass it out. We have a history of not passing this. And the Senate didn't even have a hearing on this, just interjected it at the end. If you've noticed my words, I've been very careful not to say or to condemn the individual, because he was a patriot. He was viewed as a patriot in a time that allowed something that none of us do now. But that kind of revisionist history needs to be looked at through the committee process, not through a floor debate either in the Senate or the House, and then we should all take a long and deep look about how and what that says about our state and about our body. I urge you to vote for the amendment or for the motion and send the bill back to conference committee.
Reminder, a yes vote sends it back to conference, a no vote puts us back on final action. You've heard the motion by Representative Helgerson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it. The division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. With 40 voted in favor, 80 against, the motion fails. We're back on the conference committee report. Further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good debate, some good points made on both sides. I think it's time to move on. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion to adopt the conference committee report.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2166. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 81 in favor and 41 against the passage of House Bill 2166, the same that received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House and Senate is going to have a conference on House Bill 2021 at 5:45 in room 112 North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Commerce has two conferences this evening, one at 5:30 on 2064, which will be the Kansas Promise Act. The second one is at 6 o'clock on 2196, hopefully finishing that up, both in 152 South. Thank you.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have another agenda meeting at 7 p.m. via Zoom. 7 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will calendar at 7 p.m. on WebEx. Body, we want to go and have time to eat now, so we're going to recess. Mr. Speaker, I move we recess until 7:15 p.m.
Can you repeat the time again? 7:15 or 7:50?
7:15 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We're on recess.
Test, 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 test.
Body come to order. The Speaker recognizes Representative Arnberg for a motion to concur on House Bill 2058.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2058 was the reciprocity bill, including the concealed carry license for 18 and 20-year-olds. That passed out of the House 85 to 38. The Senate went ahead and added in Senate Bill 190, which is the Kansas Protection of Firearms Rights Act. When they had testimony on it, it had 2 proponents and no opponents. All the Kansas Protection of Firearms Rights Act does is it deals with firearm possession for those who have expunged or have a pardon. It's just basically cleanup language between the Kansas law and federal law, and it's just restoring the Second Amendment rights. I'll stand for questions. Oh, I have to make the motion, don't I? Let me make that motion. Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendments for House Bill 2058.
For discussion, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, just a quick question for you. Will this bill, the way it's arranged now, allow 18-year-olds to conceal carry?
Yes, if they get a license.
They need a license, so they need to get a permit.
Yes, the license and training.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Representative. I still feel that 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-olds are too young to carry a firearm responsibly. I know the argument is they can go into the military service, but that's a very extensive training. I will not be supporting this CCR. Thank you.
Representative Hoying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I wasn't sure it was back there. I was running up from downstairs. So I missed the beginning. Would you stand for a question? Is SB 190 added into this bill?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'd like to look up SB 190, it's reducing the underlying felonies for the crime of criminal possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. And this provision makes it harder to keep guns out of the hands of people with dangerous records. This bill now, as it is, makes it so that any felony, even the most violent felonies, are prohibited from possessing firearms by state law for less time. For example, currently, somebody convicted of terrorism or robbery, instead of it being for 5 years, it would be reduced down to 3 years. Additionally, any crime committed where firearm was in the person's possession, right now that would be a lifetime prohibition. Under this bill, if the gun wasn't actually used in the crime, it would no longer be lifetime prohibition for owning a firearm. So again, this bill creates confusion for law enforcement with differences between federal and state prohibitions, and it's really the way this bill came over to us from the Senate. Really, it rolls back our gun laws for those who are not law-abiding. I urge you to reject this motion to concur.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I just want to state that with adding in this language of 190, it's from when your sentence is finished compared to right now, it's just when you are convicted. So yeah. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2058. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Heiberger votes no. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 80 voting in favor and 43 against the passage of House Bill 2058, the same and receive a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Heiberger for a motion to concur on House Bill 2089.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2089 is the Eddie Eagle and Royale Act. That passed out of here 75 to 47, and the Senate 31 to 7. The only difference that the Senate made was they tweaked the Eddie Eagle language, stating at the discretion of the Board of Education of the school district, and then it also states, or any other firearm safety education program, and we believe that it made the bill a little bit more flexible with the language. With that, Mr. Chair, I move, I don't have my paperwork. I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 2089.
For discussion, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anytime we can offer education on a circumstance like this with firearms, I feel is a good thing. I'll leave it up to the wisdom of the body to agree or disagree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Heiberger.
Will the carrier stand for a question, please? The changes that the Senate made, allowing more flexibility, did that apply only to the Kansas Wildlife and Parks program or to Eddie Eagle as well?
To the Wildlife Parks and Tourism Program.
So, under this bill, any school district who wants to offer firearms training or gun safety training to lower grade students is still required to use the Eddie Eagle program, which is, I'll remind you, created by an organization that is now bankrupt. The bill that we passed with a very high majority out of this chamber last year allowed a local school district to use a similar evidence-based training for this program. I might even have supported that bill if it had that provision, but it doesn't. I would encourage you to vote no.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2089. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 79 voted in favor and 44 against to pass of House Bill 2089. The same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Message from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate acceded to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2224, has appointed Senators Hildebrand, Gossage, and Petty as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate adopts conference committee report on House Bill 2183 and 2332.
The chair recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 2244.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. House Bill 2244 deals with industrial hemp. This passed the House 9722, Senate 35-4. We did need to make a change that we found was not in there when it comes to dealing with final hemp products. May contain a stuff. That's what I would say. A 0.3%. Look it up, Google it, or ask my vice chair. This gets in compliance with the FDA and the feds. The majority of this that the Senate put in was based on some rules and regs that came after the House held their hearing. So what this does, this allows the state of Kansas to proceed now with industrial hemp. In the past, what we have supported is the research part, and now we're on to the next step. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the agree to disagree conference committee report. No, yes. Adopted to agree to disagree conference committee report.
Conference committee report for House Bill 2244.
For House Bill 2244, thank you.
Representative Carlin for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for describing the bill. This was started out just to be, how do we get it from the field to the processor? And we had some things to tie in from the research project to the actual working production of hemp. And then we discovered the 0.3 THC piece. So we're all good. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I support the CCR.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2244. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Representative Hobableson votes aye. Representative Mosier votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 101 voted in favor and 22 against, the passage of House Bill 2244, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes The chair recognizes Representative Carper for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2183.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So House Bill 2183, we have, I believe, significantly modified it from what the Senate had sent to us. And so I'm just going to go through some of those changes real quick with the body here. So when they sent it over to us, they passed what we all know as ballot harvesting. And so when they passed it, they said that only 5 people, a person can only collect ballots from 5 people. And you would basically sign an affidavit on the outside of the ballot that says, check mark, I've only collected five ballots. If you collect more than that, it was a severity level 9 non-person felony. So in order to try to make this bill, I think, more digestible to many in this body, we modified it from what they had. We modified it from 5 to 10 people. These 10 people can be anybody in your community. It can be somebody that you go to church with. It can be somebody that is your next door neighbor who has a hard time getting their ballot turned in because they cannot afford a stamp. However, one thing that I would like to point out is that in the Senate version of this bill, candidates cannot collect ballots. We are attempting to, I believe, make it so that we already know that we can't go into the ballot box right now and help pick the buttons for our constituents. So really what it comes down to is, are we going to allow that to take place in somebody's home? Are we going to allow that undue influence upon those individuals? I argue that we should limit that potential undue influence on those folks. Additionally, in this bill, under new Section 3, we modified it to where if anybody is seeking to pretend to be or represent themselves as an election official. And so we said, we need to make sure that only election officials are the ones that are actually going out there and facilitating our elections. And my understanding and what the Senate brought up was that there were some advanced ballot applications that were sent out this last election cycle that looked very official. They had the state seal on it, so on and so forth. And so they felt like that was a little too far. Additionally, under new Section 4 is a new reporting requirement for the Secretary of State's office regarding registered voters. We modified that language. We got the Senate to come off of their 20-day requirement. We moved it to 10 days. The Secretary of State's office said that would be helpful because that will allow for them to provide better data to us 10 days before the election cycle begins. Additionally, in here, we make sure to take care of those folks who are disabled. So they added some language into their bill that basically said if your signature does not match what they have on record at the county election office, then it cannot count. And they have to call them or figure out a way to rectify to make sure that that signature is a legitimate signature. For those folks who are in the disabled community who might not have a signature, they have the ability to make a mark, or if they have Parkinson's and their signature is not the same every time, then we ended up getting an amendment on here that makes it to where those individuals will still be able to have an easy time voting and casting their ballots. Additionally, there was some language in the bill that didn't quite measure up to one part or the other, and it said that elected officials or candidates, we have the ability to help our immediate family, but then later on in the bill, it said that we could not touch a single ballot or any ballot, so we made sure to where those two items connected, and we can still help our immediate family members. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to touch on one component of this bill, the alleged ballot harvesting provision. We have heard a version of a bill to address that for 3 straight years in the House Elections Committee, and it has not advanced to a vote for this chamber. And there's a good reason for that. When people speak of helping their the act of helping another person turn in their vote, we like to put it in these ominous terms of this evil thing that's going on where people are, God forbid, turning in ballots for someone else. I know, it sounds frightening. We speak of it with this fear that those ballots will be tampered with. That's already a felony. Or that they'll be opened, already a felony. That they will be thrown in the trash, already a felony. The chair of elections just spoke about addressing the problem of someone exercising undue influence on a voter as they fill out their advanced ballot application. Already a felony. All this provision does is make it illegal to successfully turn in a ballot for someone else. Everything else is already a felony. So think about that for a second. We are limiting the successful completion of the voting process for your friends and neighbors. That's what this makes illegal. And I appreciate the work of the conference committee to take that limit from 5 to 10. It's better, I guess. But think about that. If you have 11 people who you're helping, ballot number 1 within the law, ballot number 2 within the law, ballot number 9 within the law, ballot number 10 within the law. After that, you've committed a crime on ballot number 11 for the exact same act. Successfully turning in those ballots. We had a hearing on this. The only conferees in support were sitting legislators, and we appreciate their input. But every group from the public was either neutral or opposed, and pretty strongly opposed, which I suspect is why we did not actually advance that House bill. I'd ask you to think about for a second, what is the point of our process that we go through here, where we publish the bills we're going to hear in committee, we let the public come in and testify, and if the only opposition from people outside of this building is negative, and we still advance the legislation, what are we doing? Who are we listening to at that point? What is the point of having a public hearing if all the feedback is negative? All we are hearing from our communities is that this is not helpful, and yet here we are late at night getting ready to advance this legislation. When we've heard talk of ballot harvesting in committee, the fear has been about ballots not being turned in. But I think we know what this is about. It's not a fear of ballots not being turned in, it's a fear of ballots actually being turned in. It is a fear that, let's say hypothetically next August, there were incredibly high turnout. People in this building may not like the result of all Kansans who are eligible to vote making their voice heard. Now, I can live with the outcomes of elections when it's a fair process for everyone involved, but it should not be the action of this chamber or the chamber on the other side of the building to try and fix the game ahead of time. We should not make it illegal to be a good neighbor, to be a good member of your faith community and helping your community turn in their ballots. We should not make a crime on an 11th ballot for what is completely legitimate for 1 through 10. Nothing unique has happened on an 11th ballot. This legislation is not necessary. It should not be the business of this chamber to make it more difficult to vote or to make it a crime to help your friends and neighbors turn in their ballots successfully. Again, everything you are worried about in the advanced ballot process that sounds scary, and rightfully so, is already a felony. We don't need to pass this to sort of pat ourselves on the back or feel like we're just taking some action because those ideas are frightening to us. Not turning in the ballot is a felony. Altering the ballot is a felony. Opening it is a felony. Not getting written signature permission on the back of the ballot from the person you're assisting. Vote this down. This is not necessary. We do not need to leave the end of this session with part of the story of our job as a body being making it more difficult to vote after we just had an election under difficult circumstances where our Secretary of State said all the aspects of the election were safe, secure, and fair, and urged us not to make policy changes regarding election law. I urge you to vote down this conference committee report. Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Life is good tonight. Would the carrier of the report respond to a couple questions, please? But before you do, though, I want to clarify because there was a lot of you in both the explanation of the report and also in the remarks made by my friend from Johnson County. They kept saying you can only do 10. No, you can't. You, if you're a candidate, cannot do any unless they are a member of your immediate family. Which brings me to my first question of the carrier of the report. Who is a member of one's immediate family?
Thank you, Representative. I guess I would have to talk to the revisor to see if there's a definition in law, but I would imagine that if somebody were to attempt to sue you or go after you for turning in your family members' ballots, that an immediate family would be those who are, your daughter, sons, wife, spouse, grandparent, your parents. I would imagine that would reflect immediate family, but if you'd like further clarification, I can get with the revisor to see if there's a definition in law.
Thank you for that answer, and no, you do not have to ask the revisor because I know the answer. And the key word that he used in answering the question was imagine, because immediate family is not defined in this bill that wants to make a felon out of you if you don't know what immediate family means. If there's anything more ambiguous than that, I don't know what it is, because you have to imagine who is a member of your immediate family. Is it your stepfather? Is that a member of your immediate family? Is it your uncle? I was just given that example by one of my colleagues on this side, that on this last election, he delivered a ballot for his uncle. Does he have to do that under risk of committing a felony under this bill, not having a definition of immediate family? Second question, if I may. What provisions in this bill, in this conference report, were passed by this chamber?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I would like to add some clarifying context to the previous statement that you just made. It is not a felony, it is a Class B misdemeanor. We voted on that in the conference, and so I felt like I had to clarify that. As far as what is in here that we voted on specifically, give me just 2 seconds. Thank you for the question, Representative. It appears that a lot of the contents of 2183 are majority of Senate positions.
First, let me say thank you for clarifying my erroneous statement earlier that all you have to worry about if you take your uncle's ballot in is up to 6 months in jail. You will not be facing a prison sentence. You'll only be facing up to 6 months in jail if somehow a court interprets immediate family to not include your uncle or your stepfather or your sister-in-law or whatever that's undefined. And thank you for your answer to my previous question. And your response, as I understood it, was a majority. But I did note that as you flipped through the provisions of the conference committee report, you could not identify a single provision in it that passed this chamber. My next question is, what provisions in this conference committee report passed out of the Elections Committee of the House?
Thank you, Representative. Well, I'm glad to say that, we're at least up here talking about how we have had hearings on these items, because we did hear a lot of these items in an informational hearing prior to the Senate sending us this information, because as you well know, the Senate was delayed this year in getting the Elections Committee any of their bills. And so due to that delay, we were unable to actually work any of their bills in our committee. However, we did have informational hearings to make sure that we were well prepared for what they might send us. Thank you, Representative.
I'm sorry, perhaps you misunderstood my question. Let me repeat it. What provisions in this conference committee report were passed out of the House Elections Committee?
Thank you, Representative, for asking the question again. I would say that after meeting with the Senate, we have come up with a good bill here, because we have been able to modify many of the sections here, and the Senate has capitulated to our arguments and our wishes in this bill to make it better.
Well, if we were in court and if the Speaker was a judge, I would say, Your Honor, please instruct the witness to answer the question. But I think his response is clear. And let me be clear in case it is not. There is not a single provision in this conference committee report that passed out of this chamber. There is not a single provision in this report that passed out of the House Elections Committee. And we had full hearings on some of these provisions, some of these proposals, and they could not escape even consideration in the House committee. We didn't vote. We had hearings on some of these. We had informational hearings because the Senate didn't pass any of these things until after certain deadlines had passed. There's a number of reasons. But we did have hearings on some of these provisions. There was absolutely no support for much of what's in here other than an occasional representative. But as was noted earlier by my colleague from Johnson County, not a single member of the public, nor the Secretary of State. Actually, the clerks, the election officials appeared in opposition to some of these proposals. This is not how we should be making criminals out of you, me, and other citizens. There's one very egregious proposal in here that was adopted on the Senate floor that is not in the form of legislation in the House or in the Senate. It dropped out of the sky on the Senate floor. And it indeed does make felons out of anybody violating the section. It's found in new section 3. It's described as false representation of an election official. I'm not going to go into the details, but it has the potential of making felons out of groups such as the League of Women Voters or any other group that mounts a voter registration drive. If this is enacted, I guarantee you are going to hear from people in your district about how onerous this provision is. It did not have a hearing in the House committee or any Senate committee. It was dropped out of the air by a senator on the floor of the Senate. It likely, in my estimation, is fatal to the bill because of the ambiguity and vagueness of the crime that it attempts to create. Now, my friend, the chairman of the Elections Committee, said we all know this as ballot harvesting. No, a lot of people refer to it as ballot harvesting. In my party, for decades, we've referred to it as get out the vote. Get out the vote, GOTV. Because in my party, we want people to vote. We want them to vote. We believe in making it as easy as we can for every individual to cast their constitutional right of voting. Now, you want to make a criminal out of people like me. Because people like me get out the door. We don't sit at home and send out mail asking for people to vote for us. We knock on their doors. And among the things we offer to them is assistance in casting their ballot. Not marking their ballot, but casting it. This is a letter that I send to everyone that holds an advance ballot and still holds it 3 days before Election Day, and it tells them, you have to get your ballot in. If you want it counted on election night, you have to get it in before 7 o'clock on Election Day. And it indicates that you, the person holding that ballot, probably are waited too long to mail it. But it gives them the option of hand delivering it to the election office. And it gives them one more option. It says, if you would like me to deliver it, just call me. Now, I cherish the fact that some people that I represent trust me enough to hand me their ballot and deliver it to the election office under penalty of felony if I mishandle it. But I do cherish the fact that they trust me enough. And I gave an anecdote in the conference committee that I will bore you with. On Election Day, this last election season, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, one of the people who had that flyer with my number on it called me and indicated that they had lost their ballot and could I get a replacement. So I went to their house in an attempt to begin that process when I learned they had found their ballot. That elderly woman was literally lying in a hospital bed in her house. When I arrived at her home, there were 7 or 8 members of her family and friends out front who could have helped her with her ballot. But she asked me to do it, and I was happy to do it because there was no way she was going to get that ballot back to the election office and have it counted. She asked me to mark her ballot, which is legal under current law, if you follow the law. If you follow the voter's instructions, it's perfectly legal, and it should be for people in her situation. And whether I'm a candidate or I send a volunteer of mine in there, it shouldn't make a difference. And I guarantee you that that woman and most every other person that I help trust me more than they would trust one of my volunteers that they've never met. But under this arrangement, that's what we reduce ourselves to. This isn't going to get in the way of people like me in terms of the numbers. It's just going to substitute someone who is less trustful in their eyes than a person they are familiar with. And if a person Whether you're a candidate or not, if that person trusts you enough to ask you to deliver their ballot to the election office, what is wrong with that? Now, under this bill, I can't answer a call from my friend outside my district when my name's not even on their ballot. It says a candidate, and we went over this in conference committee, but simply by being a candidate, I can't deliver anybody's ballot, whether they get to vote for me or not. That, my friends, I believe is a constitutional flaw in this arrangement. It's called equal protection, because I am not treated the same way as other people, and there is no reasonable basis in the law itself. Now, one more anecdote, and I really appreciate your attention. I feel like you are paying attention, and I do appreciate that. Thank you. But I want to read an email that I received from one of my constituents this last election cycle. It's very short. She says, "I didn't get a chance to properly express my gratitude. Thank you so much for taking the time to help me register for a ballot and going above and beyond to deliver it to the election office. I'm a single mother from a recent divorce. I had my second son last June. It's been difficult and scary going out during the pandemic with little ones, and my ex-husband works 2 jobs. I'm without much of a support system. For you to go door to door and offer your support and assistance to low-income areas particularly without being asked is huge, and it had a tremendous impact on me." Well, I make no apologies. I make no apologies as a candidate for helping people in this situation vote. And I could care less whether they vote for me or who they vote for. And I don't know who they vote for, because when they hand me their ballot envelope, it is sealed. Now, I'd like to play the odds. I'm pretty good with the odds of people asking me to take their ballot back, but I don't care. I love helping people vote. And there is no good reason that I shouldn't be in the same situation as anyone else, and there is no good reason I should have to substitute someone they trust less than they trust me or you. This bill, this conference committee report, was none of what is in this report was voted on in elections committee, and nothing in this report was voted on in this chamber. It's time we quit having the Senate bully us into their position. If these provisions are so good, we have all of next session to enact them after we've had a full hearing and full debate on the floor of the House. But this is no way to do something of this egregious nature, making criminals out of people with no more testimony or hearing than we've had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank all of you.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Since everybody in this room couldn't be in the Elections Committee when we were hearing all of these provisions in the committee, I want to take a second to just talk about the findings from those hearings. First, the 2 most frequently quoted quotes from the opponents to these measures was repeating that the Secretary of State had said that there were no significant irregularities and saying that this was a solution in search of a problem. Well, I'll tell you what, this is a problem, and I'll explain to you why. It all came out in the hearing. So if I go to the polling place on Election Day wearing my Pat Proctor